This page is the vibrant cover of SEGA Saturn magazine, featuring a prominent anime character, likely from Lunar 2, Eternal Blue Complete, which is highlighted with a special report. The cover teases new information on upcoming titles, including details on the Dreamcast game Blue Stinger, and possibly D2. Other featured games mentioned include Slayers Royal 2, Pia Carrot, EU Koso 2, Shining Force 2, I Scenario 3, Kidu Senkan Nadesiko, The Blank of 3 Years, Sakura Taisen 2, and Langrisser V, The End of Legend. The issue is dated 1998, Volume 22, covering the period of July 24th to 31st, and sold for 480 yen. It promises detailed coverage of these titles, offering insights into new SEGA Saturn releases and cross-platform information. This page serves as a dramatic teaser, featuring large, yellow outline text overlaid on a blurry, high-contrast background that evokes images of disturbed ice, snow, or maybe even organic material. The text reads, "Something terrifying lies beneath the frozen soil in Canada, and now it is awake." This chilling declaration, coupled with the setting reference, points directly to a feature on the survival horror game D2, which was mentioned on the previous cover page. The page creates a strong sense of dread and mystery, setting the stage for the game's premise, without revealing specific details, characters, or screenshots. It's purely an atmospheric introduction to build anticipation for the chilling horrors waiting in the frozen north. This page features a striking image showcasing the game D2, a survival horror title for the Dreamcast. The central figure is Laura, the game's protagonist, rendered in CGI, holding a pistol and looking intently forward. The background is a blurry, bright depiction of a snowy or icy environment, matching the previous page's teaser. Large, bold red letters spell out D2 prominently. Beneath the logo, text confirms the game's release timeframe, stating, "Coming in winter. D2 runs under Dreamcast." The bulk of the page is dedicated to setting the scene for the game's narrative. The story begins in Canada, Christmas 1999, where Laura is aboard an aircraft. She experiences a terrifying vision of a giant meteorite falling to Earth and sees strange men resembling terrorists. The aircraft is subsequently struck by the meteorite and crashes. Laura survives and is rescued by a woman named Kimberly, only to wake up in a hut in a snowy mountain. Her ordeal continues as she encounters dreadful mutants and monsters. The text highlights the core mysteries of the plot, posing questions like how the accident happened, why people transformed into monsters, and what secrets the dangerous mountain holds, promising a horrifying story and tragic destinies as the mystery is unveiled. Small icons on the right appear to relate to rating information. This page serves as a compelling introduction to D2, building upon the atmospheric teaser from the previous page by providing concrete details about the setting, protagonists, and the horrifying premise of the game. This page showcases Daytona USA 2, declaring, "The heat is back." The main visual features a vibrant yellow stock car blurred by speed, emphasizing the game's focus on high-speed racing. Promoted as exceeding the super hit original, Daytona USA 2 offers real and hot driving, perfectly reproducing the power, realism, and fun of stock car racing with super visuals. The text highlights the detailed graphics, including realistic textures for car bodies and the track surface, and even rendering effects like smoke and flames, all powered by the formidable capabilities of the Model 3 Step 2.0 arcade board. Screenshots illustrate various aspects of the game, showing different track environments, a pit stop sequence, and the course selection screen, with options for short, medium, and long laps. Images of the arcade cabinets are also featured, showing both the deluxe type and twin type setups, underscoring that this is a promotion for the arcade release of the game. The text encourages players to enjoy the realistic steering and floor the accelerator at nearby arcades featuring Daytona USA 2. This page features a special present campaign celebrating the release of the arcade racer, Daytona USA 2. Described as bringing back the explosive sound, power of impact, and excitement to the arcade, the game features flashy cars, roaring engines, high-speed oval racing, thrilling drifts, and exciting close-quarters battles that even get the gallery spectators hyped up. The campaign invites players to participate in a simple quiz related to the game's title. By answering correctly, players can win exclusive Daytona USA 2 merchandise. The prizes include a grand prize of an original helmet for 1 winner, original pit crew shirts for 10 winners, special tapestries for 50 winners, original t-shirts for 100 winners, and original caps for 300 winners. To enter, players need to fill out a dedicated postcard found at arcades featuring Daytona USA 2, or use a standard postcard, providing the correct quiz answer along with their personal details like name and address. All applications must be postmarked by September 7, 1998. The campaign is organized by SEGA Enterprises, promoting their latest high-impact arcade experience. This page presents the table of contents for the magazine, highlighting the exciting features planned for this issue. The biggest news is the launch of the brand new Dreamcast magazine, signifying a shift towards Sega's next console era. Featured prominently is a look at Pen Pen Tricelon, described as a dream title by the developers. There's also an intriguing segment where Kenji Ino discusses the latest details on D2, the sequel to his acclaimed D. The contents also include a special report delving into the world of Godzilla games, focusing on titles like Gather Godzilla, Monster Assemble, and Godzilla. Further in the magazine, there's extensive coverage on several prominent Saturn titles, including the third scenario of Shining Force 2I, Mobile Battleship Nadesico, The Blank of 3 Years, Lunar 2 Eternal Blue, Slayers Royal 2, Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, Deep Fear, Bakken Router, and Mato 2 Monogatari. Capcom fans aren't left out either, with a comprehensive feature covering games like Super Gem Fighter Minimix, the Capcom Generations compilations, and Tech Romancer. Finally, there's a deep dive into Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, featuring an interview with the mechanic designer. This issue looks packed with content covering both the current and future of Sega gaming. This page serves as the game index and table of contents, giving us a clear overview of the magazine's features. It breaks down the content by Sega Saturn games, categorized alphabetically, and includes a section dedicated to the fledgling Dreamcast. The highlights include previews of upcoming Sega Saturn titles, like the highly anticipated Radiant Silvergun, Angelique Duet, Lupin III, The Sage of the Pyramid, and Astra Superstars. There's also a new release section, featuring Idol Janshi Tsuchipai Special, and Pro Yakyu Greatest 998. For those looking for in-depth guides, the magazine offers complete coverage on titles like Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, Detective Jinguji Saburo, At the End of the Dream, Linda Cubed Complete, and Langrisser V, The End of Legend. Special features delve into Sega AM2's arcade hits, like Fighting Vipers 2, Daytona USA 2, and the latest info on Spike Out, alongside a deep dive into Virtua on Oratorio Tangram. The index also lists coverage for significant Saturn games such as Shining Force 2, Scenario 3, Revolutionary Girl Utena, Super Robot Wars, F, Slayers Royal 2, Deep Fear, Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, Bakken Router, and Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, the latter being the game featured in the cover illustration. Beyond the games, the magazine includes regular columns covering news, strategy data, reader submissions, and other miscellaneous topics. It's a comprehensive index showing a mix of ongoing support for the Saturn, while also beginning to introduce the next generation with Dreamcast content. This page jumps right into the heart of summer Sega Saturn action, focusing on the Akihabara Sega Saturn Cool Carnival. This major event, held in Akihabara on July 18th and 19th, was designed to back up the Sega Saturn with the entire city participating. The main venue, known as the High Rose Building, hosted a packed schedule of stage events, hands-on demos of upcoming titles, and special novelty goods. A highlight was the distribution of scratch cards with purchases, featuring the legendary Sagata Sanshiro. Winners could score exclusive goods or even a Sagata Sanshiro Quo card. Reserving specific upcoming software also netted original merchandise. The page lists several games relevant to the event, including titles eligible for reservation bonuses like Black Matrix, Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, and Radiant Silvergun, which were also featured in the magazine's table of contents. Planned stage events covered games such as Radiant Silvergun, Deep Fear, and Slayers Royal 2, among others. The event also included the preliminary rounds for the first ever Ajapa Cup Puyo Puyo National Tournament. It sounds like Akihabara was truly heating up for Saturn fans that weekend. Animate Stores held a Marvelous Sphere event for Sakura Wars fans, offering a special clear file with purchases of merchandise. News updates included the re-release of a keychain game, the release of Nihon Falcom's Vantage Master V2, and announcements for an 8-hour quiz event, a Beatmania tournament, and a Kansai voice actor live event. Tokyo Joyopolis hosted a supporter gathering with soccer-themed games and a talk show. A new drama CD for Friends The Radiance of Youth was scheduled for release. Trading card game Arcana Strikes had a giveaway. Finally, Narrated image album release events were planned, featuring live performances and voice actor interactions. This page features a variety of news and event reports. There's a section about a TV drama called One Scene, airing on TV Tokyo from July 13th to 18th, starring Tomosaka Rai, and set at Tokyo Joyopolis. The drama focuses on the lives of part-time staff. Several screenshots from different episodes are shown, depicting various character interactions and scenarios within the park. Another key piece of news highlights the Dreamcast console being showcased at the Windows World Expo Tokyo 98. The article notes that the system will run on Windows CE, and discusses the significance of this partnership, suggesting a strong potential for the console. A picture of the Dreamcast exhibit booth with the logo and display units is included. The page also covers a Messiah event, which featured a radio recording, live performance, and talk show, celebrating the renewal of the Messiah fan club and the release of Lang vs. Images of event gifs and a live performance are shown. Additionally, there is news about the Digital Entertainment Academy, DEA, an initiative focused on cultivating future game creators. The report mentions that 3 new companies, including Microsoft, Tecmo, and T&E Soft, have invested, bringing the total number of supporting companies to 20, and features a picture of students in a classroom environment. Finally, the page briefly showcases several music releases, including singles and albums by V6, Chisato Moritaka, Papamama NY, and notably, the soundtrack for the survival horror game Deep Fear. This page features a comprehensive book review section showcasing guides and art books popular among SEGA Saturn users. A ranking highlights the continued popularity of the strategy guide for Sakura Taisen 2, sitting at number 1, followed by other guides and fanbooks for titles like Welcome to Pia Carrot 2 and Mobile Suit Gundam, Giren's Greed. Individual reviews cover several key releases. The Guide for Vampire Savior, known as Darkstalkers 3 in the West, is praised for its developer interview and detailed character data. The official guide for Revolutionary Girl Utena covers both the TV series and the Saturn game, including branching story paths and character events. For Shining Force 2i Scenario 2, the guide is noted for its comprehensive unit data and detailed strategy sections. Detective adventure game Cross Tante Monogatari gets a guide that adapts to player needs with hints and full solutions, plus a developer interview. The Eberouge guide includes game system explanations and a detailed date event walkthrough. The Sakura Taisen 2 strategy guide is highlighted for incorporating lore and detailed charts alongside strategy. The Pickup section features an art book dedicated to Kazuhisa Kondo's Gundam illustrations, celebrating his 15 years in the series and praised for its unique style. Also featured is a book titled Kusoge Hakusho, which translates to Bad Game White Paper, presenting candid reviews of notoriously poor games based on interviews with enthusiasts. The SEGA Saturn Magazine data station highlights game releases from July 4th-10th. Super Pocket Fighter, a fighting game with cute Capcom characters, is praised for its accessibility and strategic depth. Code SER, a blend of racing and adventure, features a story-driven experience with potential romance options and a replay mode showcasing rival reactions. The latest Jake Hunter detective story incorporates familiar gameplay with new crime analysis and character-following features. Lastly, a special limited edition of an unmentioned game is announced, boasting bonus items and innovative gameplay, including a plot-altering TDS system and significant sales success. This page provides a comprehensive look at upcoming game releases for both the SEGA Saturn and the highly anticipated Dreamcast. Acting as a data station, it lists games with their release dates, prices, manufacturers, genres, and compatibility options. The page includes a helpful legend explaining abbreviations for genres like Action, ACT, RPG, Adventure, ADV, Simulation, SLG, Sports, SPT, Race, Rack, Puzzle, Puzz, and more, as well as compatibility like mouse, analog stick, and Virtua Gun. For the SEGA Saturn, we see a mix of recently released titles from July and August, along with many games scheduled for later in the year or with release dates yet to be determined. The list features a wide array of genres, from fighters like Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter 3, to RPGs, simulations, and various Sega Saturn collection titles bundling classics like Sonic Jam and Capcom Generations. There's a strong showing of Japanese-centric genres too, such as romance simulation and racing simulations. It's clear the Saturn still has a robust release schedule covering diverse tastes. The Dreamcast section, while shorter, excitingly lists releases for the upcoming console, including the console itself arriving in November, along with key titles like D2 and Pen Tricelon. This small list hints at the future of Sega's hardware. Overall, this page gives gamers a clear overview of the immediate and near-future landscape for Sega consoles, highlighting the continued support for the Saturn while building anticipation for the Dreamcast launch lineup. This page showcases the top 15 software sales ranking for the Sega Saturn. The market remains active, with the article suggesting summer is the perfect time to clear your game backlog. Leading the pack this week is the new release, Let's Make the Japan National Team, the world's first soccer RPG, debuting strong at number 1, suggesting its unique blend of sports and RPG elements resonated with players. Another fresh face, Longrisser V, The End of Legend, enters at number 2, bringing the popular tactical RPG series to a close. The officially licensed World Cup 98 France Road to Win maintains its position at number 3. The chart features a diverse range of genres, with Initial D, Kudo Seikyu Densetsu, speeding into 4th place, and the strategic Mobile Suit Gundam, Guren's Greed, holding 5th. A significant re-entry is Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, climbing to number 6, proving its status as a timeless classic. Rounding out the top entries are Cross Detective Story and Linda Cubed Complete. Familiar favorites like Sentimental Graffiti, Princess Maker 3, and installments from the Super Robot Wars, Sakura Wars, and Shining Force 2i franchises also make appearances, indicating continued sales momentum for these popular series. This page presents 2 distinct game rankings. The first, User Data Top 20, prioritizes user requests for Dreamcast conversions, drawn from a PC Engine magazine. Final Fantasy, 2 Heart, and Marvel vs. Capcom top this list, highlighting interest in RPGs, simulations, and fighters for the new platform. The magazine notes the challenging nature of these conversions. The second ranking, Show Up! Arcade Video Games Shop Data Top 15, showcases arcade popularity. Virtua Fighter 3 TB leads, followed by Cybertroopers Virtualon Oratorio Tangram, and Virtua Striker 2 Feet 98. The list reflects the enduring popularity of fighting and racing genres. Finally, the 1 Point Check Game section features notable titles like Daytona USA 2, Battle on the Edge, Fighting Vipers 2, and The House of the Dead, with commentary on strategy guides and continued success. This page dives into the most anticipated upcoming software, presenting the User Data Top 30 ranking, but with an interesting twist. It incorporates Dreamcast titles due to the recent surge in news about the new console. The top spot is held by Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, maintaining its position with strong anticipation, especially as its release is drawing near. Following closely at number 2 is Black/Matrix, noted as finally complete and awaiting release, generating buzz about potential production limitations. Holding the third position is Welcome to Pia Carrot 2, featuring new heroine information that readers are eager to see. Further down the list, coming in at number 4, is D2, a highly anticipated Dreamcast title, making a strong debut in this Saturn-focused ranking, showing significant interest from readers for the new platform. The magazine notes how D2's popularity is already evident. The rest of the chart lists various other upcoming titles for both Saturn and Dreamcast, reflecting the diverse tastes of the readers. The page also highlights a couple of specific upcoming titles: Shining Force 2, Eyes Scenario 3, The Frozen Emperor, continuing the popular RPG series, and Sengoku Turb, another Dreamcast title making its presence felt. Overall, the ranking provides a snapshot of what Sega fans were looking forward to across both the existing and upcoming Sega platforms. Reader's Race, Volume 105, presents a ranking of Sega Saturn games based on reader votes, encompassing all 10/19 release titles as of July 9th. Games are scored on a 10-point scale, with averages published for titles receiving at least 10 votes. The rankings are updated in real time. The main chart lists games from 1 to 250 plus, showcasing fan favorites at the top. Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die leads, followed by Langrisser v. The End of Legend, Grandia. Digital Museum, Kono yo no Hate de Koi o Utau Shoujo Yuno, and Super Robot Wars F Final. A smaller section hints at a last rush of new titles in July, including Langrisser v. making its debut. Sakura Wars 2 is also highlighted. The magazine acknowledges reader concerns, but aims to deliver quality content. This page continues the reader's race rankings for SEGA Saturn games, showing titles from the mid-200s downwards. It's a snapshot of what players were voting for at the time, encompassing the vast library of the Saturn. Featured prominently are introductions to several new releases. Langrisser v. The End of Legend, the finale to the classic strategy RPG series, is highlighted, praised for its refined system and strategic depth, particularly the unit size differences. Readers enjoyed its connection to previous characters, despite some graphical inconsistencies early on, and appreciated its overall strong conclusion to the series. Also featured is Princess Maker 2. The Dream of a Fairy, the beloved life simulation game. Players found it easy to get into and enjoyed raising their daughter with many possible endings. The graphics are simple but charming. Linda Cubed Complete, the bizarre and unique RPG, is shown next. This game is known for its eccentric story and multiple paths. It's described as having a lot of content for its price, though some found it lacking in minigames. Find Love 2, the prologue, a dating simulation, is also featured. It's noted for its multiple scenarios and routes, offering good value as a fan disc. Finally, World Cup 98, a football simulation, is reviewed. Utilizing the victory goal engine, it offers solid gameplay, although the goalkeepers were considered weak, leading to easy goals for the opponent. Players wished for improvements in player movement positioning. The bottom note teases more Dreamcast news coming soon. This page continues the comprehensive reader's race rankings for SEGA Saturn titles. It presents another segment of the extensive list voted on by players, detailing the game's current rank, previous rank, Japanese title, with international title noted where applicable, genre, and overall average score. The ranking table showcases a diverse collection of games across various genres, including sports like Pro Yaku, Greatest 998 and Victory Goal, simulations such as The Tower and Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, action titles like Anarchy in the Nippon and Three Dirty Dwarves, and various adventure, racing, puzzle, and table games, reflecting the broad spectrum of software available on the platform. At the bottom of the page, a playful dialogue unfolds, seemingly between editorial mascots or staff. It's a light-hearted exchange centered around the summer season, and teases exciting, albeit secret, content coming in the next magazine issue. The conversation humorously reminds readers that the release date for the next issue, July 24th, was previously mentioned on the preceding page, building anticipation for future coverage. This page continues the extensive reader rankings for SEGA Saturn titles. The main feature focuses on Shining Force 2 I Scenario 2, highlighting this strategy RPG's unique multi-scenario structure and the impact of player choices on the evolving story. The game, released in April '98, is praised for its engaging battles and narrative depth, with the reviewer noting the interconnected nature of the scenarios and the concept of a synchronization system, where actions affect later events. It features multiple perspectives, allowing players to experience the same world through different characters' eyes, creating a story tailored by their decisions. The page includes screenshots showcasing the game's battle system and exploration. Reader comments express anticipation for future scenarios, while a message from the development staff playfully references the series' name and its iconic horse-like characters. There's also a brief mention of a lower-ranked game celebrating its second anniversary, noting its unexpected popularity among a dedicated fanbase. This page features reviews of several upcoming SEGA Saturn titles as part of the Next Race Entry Horse Paddock information. First up is the driving simulation Initial D, noted for offering a different kind of driving experience focused on drifting. Next is the acclaimed action RPG Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, praised for its content and value, though the reviewer points out there isn't much new for players who already experienced the PlayStation version. We also see a review for the soccer simulation RPGJ.League Pro Soccer Club, Wotsukuru, which receives mixed feedback for its slow pacing but positive comments on strategic play possibilities, ultimately disappointing given expectations. Finally, the mystery adventure game Cross Tante Monogatari is reviewed positively, highlighted as a rare example of a genuine mystery game on home consoles that challenges the player's deduction skills. The page also includes the weekly rankings for SEGA Saturn peripherals, listing various controllers, joysticks, and other accessories based on reader votes. The Reader Race section encourages participation, explaining how readers can submit reviews and predict the arrival order of upcoming games, such as Pocket Fighter this week, and the average reader score for Detective Jinguji Saburo, At the End of a Dream. Winners of previous prediction contests and a special gift drawing are announced, receiving game software and peripheral sets. The deadline for entries is also mentioned. This page is a full-page advertisement for the SEGA Saturn survival horror game, Deep Fear. It features a large, unsettling image of a distorted human face, likely representing a mutated character, or the psychological horror within the game, set against a dark, atmospheric background. The page includes a haunting vertical quote at the top right, simply reading, Ma, Mac. Below the main image, descriptive text sets the scene. Parasites, mutations, no one can be trusted anymore. It explains the game's premise, where a rocket that drifted in space for 40 years crashes into the Pacific, and a recovery operation at an undersea base turns into a nightmare for the soldiers there, becoming a place of inescapable despair. The large game logo, Deep Fear, is prominently displayed with blood splatters, emphasizing the horror genre. The release information states the game was scheduled for release on July 16, 1998, part of the 1998 summer lineup. It specifies the game comes on 2 CRID-ROMs, is for 1 player, and was priced at 6,800 yen before tax. It also mentions a soundtrack was planned for release the following day. Small images at the bottom provide a glimpse of the game's visuals or character models, including a close-up of a scarred face. This advert effectively conveys the game's dark, isolated, and terrifying atmosphere, promising a deep and challenging survival horror experience. This page is the vibrant cover of Dreamcast Magazine, issue number 21, proudly showcasing the latest information for Sega's new console. The large, stylized title, Dreamcast Magazine, dominates the top of the page. The cover highlights key upcoming content with bold graphics and text. Featured prominently is Pan Pan Patriot, announced as one of the first Dreamcast titles from General Entertainment, suggesting an early look at the console's launch lineup or initial releases. The image in the middle features the word Sparky, along with a dynamic illustration of a stylized spacecraft or vehicle, implying an action-packed game or feature is covered inside. Further down, the cover teases coverage of D2, D no Shokutaku 2, mentioning an interview with creator Kenji Ino, new movie scenes, and snowmobile action, highlighting the highly anticipated sequel's features. The vertical text running down the left emphasizes the magazine's commitment to delivering weekly updates on Dreamcast information. The cover design is energetic, using bright colors and dynamic lines that reflect the excitement around the new hardware. This page dives into the world of Pan Pan Pilot Triathlon, a humorous action race game for the Dreamcast from General Entertainment. The layout showcases vibrant character illustrations, including a grinning red creature, a quirky orange one, and a somewhat goofy-looking character with a blue hat. These are juxtaposed with screenshots featuring the 3D models of these unique racers, navigating a snowy course complete with windmills, hinting at the varied environments players will experience. The text describes the game as featuring slapstick action and quirky characters that will bring laughter to the intense races set on ice and other stages. It's presented as an unusual action racer, focusing on fun and chaotic competition. This title looks like it's aiming for a lighthearted and entertaining experience, contrasting with more serious racing simulations. This page introduces Pen Pen Triathlon, a lively comedy action race game. The vibrant artwork depicts several unique characters that star in the game, including a goofy blue dog-like creature, a cool green duck-like racer, a bizarre purple flyer, and a fierce red bunny-like competitor. These character designs are full of personality, promising a fun and unconventional cast. The article discusses the game's philosophy, which is to create a lighthearted and enjoyable racing experience that stands apart from serious simulation titles. It emphasizes easy controls and chaotic fun over stoic time trials or strict realism. The developers, including Mr. Kondo and Mr. Nakamura, known for their work on legendary Sega games like Sega Rally and Panzer Dragoon, share their thoughts on bringing this fresh concept to life. They aim to offer a new kind of fun and express new ideas with the evolving hardware, promising a game that fans will genuinely enjoy. Details about the program and design staff are noted to be on page 26. This page delves deeper into the gameplay of Pen Pen Tricelon, describing it as a Tricelon obstacle race that spans 3 distinct disciplines: running, sliding, and swimming. The rules are highlighted as simple and clear, focusing on reaching the goal first by navigating areas requiring these different skills. Success isn't just about excelling in one area, but mastering all 3 aspects of the race. The article reiterates the game's strong cartoon influence, promising exaggerated visual gags like characters deforming upon impact, aligning with the lighthearted tone mentioned previously. A notable point is that the transitions between the running, swimming, and sliding sections within a course are seamless and non-loading, a feature enabled by the Dreamcast's memory capacity. The page also lists the various participant characters in the race and shows vibrant images of the main character, Pen Pen, performing each of the 3 race types, alongside a screenshot of one of the course environments featuring a walrus-like character. This page introduces the colorful cast of characters who compete in the unique aquatic and ice challenges of Pen Pen Tricelon. The article begins by explaining that Pen Pens are mysterious creatures resembling penguins from the distant ice planet, characterized by their love for movement, intense curiosity, and dislike for losing, though their intelligence is suggested to be somewhat low, often leading them to act impulsively. The page then presents 7 distinct characters participating in the races. There's Jaw, a dangerous and aggressive shark-type competitor known for his powerful bites. Back is a walrus-like character who seems lazy but can be formidable when angered. Sneak is an octopus-like mischief maker whose skin changes color. Valerie is a pink, hippo-like ballerina described as both cute and a bit of an individualist. Tina is a stylish, proud girl Pen Pen, focused on appearance. Mr. Bo is a dog-like character, prone to digging random holes and having a bewildered expression. Alongside these unique racers, the main character, Pen Pen, is shown from front, side, and back angles, highlighting the game's distinct cartoonish art style. The descriptions provide a glimpse into the varied personalities players will encounter and compete against in the triathlons. This page introduces the talented team at Land Ho, responsible for creating the game Pen Pen Tricelon. The article highlights that this group is comprised of developers with a strong track record, having previously worked on several well-regarded titles for the SEGA Saturn. Key members featured include Tomohiro Kondo, handling total planning and system design, known for his work on early projects, and the Mega CD title Switch, and noted for his comical touch. Alongside him in planning and system design is Atsuhiko Nakamura, whose experience includes contributing to popular racing games like Daytona USA Circuit Edition. On the programming side, Shin Futakawa, a veteran programmer, is highlighted for his involvement in notable titles such as Panzer Dragoon Saga. Finally, Shunichi Sudo is presented as the system programmer for Pen Pen, also having served as a main programmer and team leader on titles like Let's Make a Pro Soccer Club and its Sakura Wars Edition, demonstrating his broad experience with Sega's franchises. This page continues the introduction to the development team behind Pen Pen Tricelon, focusing on the design and management staff. The design team features Gina Ishiwatari and Saori Wada, both specializing in background design and course creation, with impressive prior work on iconic Sega titles like Panzer Dragoon Saga, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Sega Rally Championship. Harumi Masuda handled character and environmental design, having contributed to the Victory Goal and Greatest 9 series. Takumi Miyake served as the graphic art director, overseeing character design and animation, drawing inspiration from traditional animation techniques. On the management side, Masanobu Tsukamoto and Daisaku Ikijiri are introduced as product managers, handling promotion, liaising with Sega, and supporting the development process to ensure the team can focus on creation. In the accompanying interview, the team discusses their collaborative process and philosophy, emphasizing their desire to create games they personally enjoy playing. They describe Pen Pen Tricelon as a slapstick action comedy race, drawing comparisons to classic animated racing shows. The goal was to make an accessible, fun experience that anyone can pick up and enjoy, incorporating satisfying elements like a drift feeling during gameplay. The team expresses confidence in the unique blend of ideas brought together by diverse members. A brief note highlights General Entertainment, the developer, as a company founded in '94 with roots in film, transitioning to video and games in '95, known for the GameWare magazine, and currently developing Dreamcast titles. This page presents a special report on the upcoming Dreamcast title, D. Dominating the layout is a large red D under the Japanese text for "of horror," clearly identifying the game's genre and title. The page features striking 3D renders of characters, including the game's protagonist, Laura Harris, and another key character, David Brenner, juxtaposed with unsettling environments like a monstrous creature and a dark, wooden structure. The article provides crucial details about the game's development and release. It confirms D is being developed by Warp for the Dreamcast console, targeting a winter 1998 release, with an estimated price of 5,800 yen. Described as an action-adventure, the game is confirmed to be single-player only, and, surprisingly, rated for all ages. A development progress meter indicates the game is currently 30% complete. A character profile for David Brenner is included, listing his age as 34 and sex as male, alongside a brief description hinting at his role and actions within the game's opening sequence, suggesting he is more than an ordinary passenger on the airplane depicted earlier in the game. This report offers an early look at the characters and key information for this eagerly anticipated title. This page delves deeper into the upcoming D2, following up on the previous report. The large text confirms the title as D no Shokutaku 2, D's Dinner Table 2. The article states that the full scope of D2 is starting to become clear since its shocking announcement. It aims to organize the information seen so far and showcase newly revealed battle scene screenshots. The page features profiles of key characters from the game. The protagonist is introduced as Laura Parton, aged 32, female. Her description mentions she is the heroine and hints at her activities related to a portable computer, suggesting she might be traveling for something other than leisure. A young girl named Jenny, aged 5, female, is also featured, described as sitting in front of Laura on the plane with someone who seems to be her mother and is threatened by a terrorist. Kimberly Fox, aged 33, female, is another character shown. The page also includes profiles for two antagonists, Terrorist A and Terrorist B, both male with unknown ages, detailing their roles in the hijacking incident and their behavior. Terrorist B is noted as appearing more unstable and dangerous. Beyond the character introductions, the page highlights that initial screenshots of battle scenes are being revealed, suggesting an action-oriented gameplay element in D2, contrasting with the adventure focus of the original D. The overall presentation provides a good look at some of the main players and confirms the inclusion of combat. The next page dives into the dramatic opening sequence of D2. It recounts the hijacking event that occurs on Christmas Day, 1999, aboard a plane over Canada. We see screenshots depicting the protagonist, Laura Parton, just before the chaos, followed by scenes of panic and the terrorists opening fire. The article highlights two key mysteries from this opening. First is the compact that Laura drops, and which is picked up by a passenger named David. Looking into its mirror, David sees a strange image of an approaching aircraft, hinting that the compact, like in the original D game, will play a significant role in uncovering secrets. Second is the mysterious passenger, David himself, who calmly observes the situation while staring at a crystal and muttering to himself. Despite the unfolding terror, he doesn't react like a typical passenger, but rather draws a handgun, suggesting he is far more than he appears and potentially connected to the incident. These points raise intriguing questions about David's identity and the significance of the compact mirror and the crystal. Laura Parton awakens in a remote mountain cabin after the plane crash. She is rescued by Kimberly, but their safety is threatened when a mutated hijacker, bleeding green fluid, appears. This fuels the game's mysteries. Two key points are emphasized: the blood of the infected terrorist, possibly altered by a parasite, and the crash site, which survived the explosion relatively intact. The crash site's condition suggests a controlled descent and hints at the fates of other passengers. The article, accompanied by disturbing visuals, introduces new threats and shifts the narrative, promising deeper mysteries to be solved. This page continues the exploration of D2, focusing on movement, indoor environments, and the battle system. Building on the previous discussion of Laura Parton's journey and the remote setting, this article delves into specific gameplay mechanics. The moving section highlights the game's increased freedom of movement compared to earlier titles, enabled by the Dreamcast's capabilities. Laura primarily moves on foot, but can also utilize a snowmobile, suggesting varied traversal options across the snowy landscapes. Under indoor, the focus shifts to the detailed interior locations, such as Kimberly's mountain cabin. The article praises the precise polygon modeling and lighting effects, specifically mentioning the realistic glow from a fireplace, bringing these indoor spaces to life. Screenshots show characters within these detailed environments. The battle section describes the combat as a first-person shooting experience from Laura's perspective. Encounters are not random, but occur at predetermined locations, triggered when Laura approaches. A brief cutscene precedes each battle, ensuring players aren't caught off guard. The article mentions the parasitic enemy type shown in a screenshot, and notes that various other enemy types exist. The page also details the battle HUD elements. Equipment, showing weapon type and ammo like the submachine gun. Aim, stressing the importance of targeting enemy weak points. And HP, represented by a flame icon and number, changing color and size based on Laura's health. The next page dives deeper into the gameplay mechanics and environmental details of D2. Under the open air section, the article highlights the expansive outdoor areas, emphasizing the quality of textures and environmental realism. It notes how elements like shadows shift with the sun's position, footprints are left in the snow, and snow depth is dynamically rendered. Natural phenomena such as visible breath in cold air and snow dispersal by wind are also mentioned, adding to the immersive experience. The vehicle section introduces the snowmobile as a crucial mode of transport, providing faster travel compared to walking. It points out the realistic track marks left by the vehicle in the snow and the dynamic interaction with the terrain. The article also hints at the availability of other vehicles within the game. Further down, the page contrasts how damage is represented for enemies and the protagonist, Laura. Enemy damage is shown with green blood or splatter, indicating their parasitic nature, while Laura's damage is depicted with red blood and a visual effect resembling fire, reflecting her human form. Combat mechanics are also detailed, explaining that enemies aren't monolithic but can be targeted at specific points, causing them to break apart when hit effectively. Finally, the page illustrates the transition into battle. The standard gameplay flow involves free movement in exploration areas, followed by a brief appearance sequence when enemies are encountered, which transitions into the first-person battle scene. After defeating the enemies, the player returns to the exploration mode. This page delves into the thematic core of D2, specifically the nature of the antagonist faced by the protagonist, Laura. It asks, who is the enemy Laura fights? The answer presented is E, described not just as a physical foe, but as abstract concepts such as one's own destiny and one's true self. The commentary suggests that regardless of the grand scale of the story's background, the ultimate conflict boils down to a personal one. A battle of self versus self within a small world. This highlights the deeper, psychological elements present in D2's narrative, focusing on Laura's internal struggle alongside the external horror. This page features an interview with Kenji Eno, the creator of the survival horror series D. Prominently displayed is a portrait of Mr. Eno and the title of the interview in large red characters. At the top right, the logo for D2 is visible, linking the interview to the game discussed on the previous page. The accompanying text introduces Kenji Eno, age 28, as the representative director of Warp. It recounts the impact of his 1995 title, D, and describes him as a dynamic figure in the game industry, known for his strong personality and ambitious projects in new creative spaces. The text notes that development for D2 is steadily progressing and aims to explore Mr. Eno's thoughts and perspectives on the project. This interview provides direct insight from the developer behind the unique narrative and thematic elements explored in the game. In this interview, Kenji Eno discusses his game D2, describing it as fantastical science fiction designed to evoke emotion. He prioritizes lies and romance over strict logic, drawing players into imaginative contemplation, similar to gazing at the stars. D2 explores unproven scientific hypotheses, like the origin of life or the Earth's sentience. Eno, influenced by Yuji Horí's romantic style, aims for an emotionally resonant experience, highlighting the importance of blood relations, particularly the mother-daughter dynamic. Despite epic backdrops, the core focuses on human conflict, growth, love, and romance. Plants are chosen as enemies because of their tangible reality. The game features fantastical enemies, hinting at mutated plant-like creatures. D2 emphasizes the emotional impact and small inner worlds. This page continues the discussion around Kenji Ino's game D2. It delves into the reasoning behind the enemies being plant-like creatures, explaining that plants' ability to regenerate from a cutting sparked the idea. Ino contrasts this with humans, who cannot regenerate in the same way. He discusses how humans, despite their capacity for cruelty, are generally tempered by reason, unlike the plants who become increasingly monstrous when they inhabit humans. The interview also touches on the characters in D2, noting that they possess diverse personalities, leading to unpredictable actions that drive the drama, misunderstandings, and internal conflict. A section on originality and homage is included, where Ino states he doesn't consciously create homages, though similarities might be pointed out later. He believes true originality comes from depicting universal themes like love and fear in common human experiences, rather than focusing on overly unique or fantastical creatures. A separate section highlights a new feature for D2, utilizing the Dreamcast's Visual Memory Unit, VMU, allowing players to carry something from the game, potentially involving training or battling, suggesting an expansion of gameplay beyond the main story. Finally, a small update mentions a promotional video for D2 is in production and will be released later. The page also includes a brief sidebar about Carl Gustav Jung and the collective unconscious, a concept relevant to the psychological and thematic depth Ino explores in his work. This page declares that Godzilla is set to conquer Japan this summer. It focuses on a new portable game, Atsumete Godzilla, which is launching for 2,500 yen. This game allows players to raise and collect familiar Toho monsters, like Godzilla and Mothra. A unique battle system features monsters fighting, with the winner absorbing the loser's drana to transform. The game is also compatible with the Dreamcast's Visual Memory Unit, allowing players to carry progress or monsters, tying into the VMU features discussed on the previous page regarding D2. The page also celebrates Godzilla's 44th anniversary, tracing the monster's origins from the fear of nuclear weapons in 1954 to its evolution in film. It highlights how Godzilla, initially a terrifying force, gradually became accepted in Japan, even evolving into a hero in some films. The history section touches on battles against other monsters like Rodan and King Ghidorah, mentioning films such as the original 1954 Godzilla and Monster Zero, Monster Invasion. Images show the portable game device, its pixel art monsters, scenes from a promotional video, movie posters for the 1954 film and the 1998 Godzilla, and a dramatic scene from Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, showcasing the monster's long cinematic history. The content expresses excitement about the convergence of the new game, the Emeteus film, and Godzilla's enduring legacy. This page dives deeper into the world of Atsumete Godzilla, showcasing a massive collection of monsters featured in the portable game. You'll find pixel art representations of fan favorites and lesser-known kaiju side by side, including icons like Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Mechagodzilla, Rodan, and Biollante, alongside others such as Anguirus, Jet Jaguar, Space Godzilla, and Destoroyah. It's cool seeing so many monsters translated into this simple, pixelated style. The red box explains the core loop of the game. The more you raise your monsters and battle with them, the more the monster list expands. It highlights that completing the list is a major goal, mentioning in-game stats like raising progress, victories, and defeats, emphasizing the addictive nature of collecting every creature. The page also reinforces the rich history behind these monsters, discussing Godzilla's rivals and allies who are integral to the series' appeal. It caps off the look at the franchise by highlighting key films from Godzilla's impactful modern era, specifically featuring Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, with details on its video release and an incredible shot of the powerful burning Godzilla from that movie, reminding everyone of the monster's enduring legacy. This page delves into the two primary modes for completing the Godzilla Encyclopedia within the Atsumete Godzilla portable game. The first mode is the Shape-Up Training mode. Here, you raise your monsters from an egg through various stages like Baby Godzilla, Little Monster, and Junior Monster, ultimately becoming a full-fledged kaiju. The game handles the daily care on different types of farms, influencing your monster's growth. Training also involves mini-games, like defending against missiles by predicting their trajectory. An interesting aspect is that monsters have a lifespan. Upon reaching their end, their power can be passed on to the next generation, or if defeated in battle, you start over. The second mode is the Battle mode, centered around stealing the opponent's dyna. You connect two devices to exchange data, then separate them for an automatic battle. Winning allows you to absorb the opponent's dyna, which can cause your monster to suddenly mutate and transform into a different creature. Success in battle is crucial, as winning increases your monster's power and enhances its ability to evolve, reflecting a harsh world where only the strong survive. The page also highlights that the game runs on the Dreamcast's Visual Memory Unit, VMU, explaining its function as a portable device with a screen and buttons, serving as both a memory card for the Dreamcast and a standalone unit capable of running simple games like Atsumete Godzilla, exchanging data, and more. This page features an interview diving deeper into the Atsumete Godzilla portable game, part of the larger Godzilla Generations project. We hear from Masanobu Tsukamoto, the product manager, and Makoto Hara, who handled the game design and planning for this title, both from General Entertainment. They discuss the decision to use Godzilla, aiming to target a broader, younger audience, noting how the scale of the recent Edius movie version of Godzilla fit the image they wanted for the Dreamcast VMU. Development on the VMU's LCD screen was relatively smooth, thanks to a compact environment. Hara was particularly keen on expressing the joys and sorrows of raising a monster within the portable format, highlighting the game's notably harsh system where a monster is lost upon defeat in battle, contrasting it with traditional raising games by allowing a monster to be raised quickly, often within a day. They confirm a connection between the VMU game and the Dreamcast version exists, and tease potential future linkages with other platforms like arcade games or even mobile phones for remote battles, showcasing the expansive possibilities of the VMU. The 1998 US version of Godzilla is finally releasing, promising a visually stunning experience. The article highlights the film's cutting-edge special effects and urges viewers to experience the monster's realism on the big screen. Pre-sales for Atsumete Godzilla goods are available at theaters. The page also showcases a variety of Godzilla merchandise from Japan and America, including fossil watches, paper fans, medals, t-shirts, neckties, trading cards, phone cards, and caps. The cool, mainly black-themed designs are expected to be sold at various retailers. Collectors can earn a present by collecting a specific mark. The page serves as a promotional tool for both the film and the related merchandise, linking back to the previous discussion of the Atsumete Godzilla project. This page continues the focus on the 1998 US version of Godzilla, announcing its imminent arrival in Japanese theaters. It encourages readers to gather for the movie premiere, highlighting the film and the array of new Godzilla merchandise available alongside the existing Atsumete Godzilla campaign. The page features a detailed plot summary of the film, introducing the mysterious events, the investigation by biologist Nick and insurance investigator Philippe, and the creature's eventual emergence in New York City. Several screenshots from the movie are shown, including action scenes and shots of the main human characters. Following the story, a significant portion of the page is dedicated to showcasing a wide variety of Godzilla goods available for purchase. These include items like a limited edition Zippo lighter, trading cards, jigsaw puzzles, telephone cards, food items like chocolate snacks and beef curry, various Godzilla and Baby Godzilla puppets, hand and finger, and sound-activated figures, and a piggy bank. The page also outlines a giveaway campaign, where readers can apply for a present by sending in a postcard with personal information and answering questions about the Atsumete Godzilla project and their expectations for something called visual memory. This page features Shining Force 2I Scenario 3, the God of Destruction for the SEGA Saturn. The artwork dramatically shows the three protagonists from the trilogy, Julian, Synbios, and Medion, representing the three destinies that resonate together as the final sword opens the door. The accompanying text highlights the story of two men whose fates are dictated by destiny, forced to confront each other as evil revives, and their loyalties to the Republic and Empire clash. It describes the game as the climax of a long narrative, where a boy becomes a hero after 10 years. Key details listed include the publisher SEGA, the genre as a simulation RPG, and a price of 4,800 yen. It is designed for one player and recommended for all ages. A special report box indicates the game's completion status is currently at 65%. This page delves deeper into the epic narrative of Shining Force 2 is presented as a trilogy culminating the story begun in Shining the Holy Ark. It explains that the grand story unfolds across three scenarios, focusing on the intertwined fates of the three main protagonists, while briefly summarizing Scenario 1, Giant of the Royal Capital, centered on the Republic Knight Synbios, and Scenario 2, the Targeted Priestess, following the Imperial Prince Midion. The page primarily introduces the third story, Evil God's Palace of the Ice Wall, which focuses on Julian. Julian is revealed as a wandering mercenary, seeking vengeance against Gallum, a powerful superhuman who killed Julian's father. His backstory connects directly to Shining the Holy Ark, where Gallum was a key antagonist. Julian is driven by a desire for justice, navigating the conflict between the Republic and Empire independently, although he becomes a comrade to both Synbios and Median. The producer notes that Julian was chosen as the protagonist for the third scenario, because his less conventional, bruised hero persona allowed for a more compelling story that built upon the foundation of Holy Ark. Screenshots illustrate scenes from Holy Ark and the first two Shining Force 2i scenarios, hinting at the narrative threads that lead to Julian's story and the exploration of the mysterious Evil God's Palace. This page presents a developer discussion about Shining Force 2i, featuring the game's producer, Hiroyuki Takahashi. The conversation delves into the status of Scenario 3's development, noting that it's progressing well, and the overall plot is largely determined. Takahashi emphasizes the focus on creating compelling characters and situations, aiming for a feel akin to a Hollywood blockbuster, while ensuring the battle system is accessible even for newcomers to the Shining Force series. Screenshots showcase the game's detailed 3D environments, particularly focusing on the different cities. A section highlights the navigation system, a feature introduced in Scenario 2 and continued in Scenario 3, designed to prevent players from getting lost in the large, explorable towns by indicating the direction to important locations like churches or headquarters. Another segment points out how the technical level of the towns varies, reflecting the distinct national characteristics of the Republic, the trading hub of Saraband, and the imperial capital. The visuals demonstrate advancements in graphics, including detailed architecture and environmental elements. The discussion touches upon the iterative development process, mentioning how some decisions, like the setup for the final battle in Scenario 2, led to significant changes based on playtesting feedback. Overall, the developers express excitement for the depth and detail built into Shining Force 2's world and narrative. This article previews Shining Force 2's final scenario, Scenario 3, focusing on player choice's impact. An interview with directors Hiroyuki Takahashi and Hideyuki Takahashi reveals how decisions made in Scenarios 1 and 2 directly affect Scenario 3, potentially altering the party and entire towns. They aim for synchronicity, with locations and messages changing based on player actions. The developers prioritize the battle system, hoping to enhance unit combos and introduce new races and skills, aiming to surpass previous installments. Character profiles for Gracia, the son of Elbesim, and Goliath are provided. The narrative explores the Church of Elbesim and the threat of the heretical god Pulsum's revival, connecting back to Scenario 2. Returning characters from past games, like Rhineblood and Pen, are teased. The ultimate ambition is to create a superior work. This page continues the discussion about the development of Shining Force 3, Scenario 3. The developers talk about various aspects, including character design choices, referencing the classic SEGA game Pengo, and the character pen who appears in the game. They discuss the programming challenges and the creation of dynamic events, highlighting how the team itself is growing and evolving like the characters they create. A key point is the impact of player decisions from Scenarios 1 and 2 on Scenario 3, emphasizing how past choices about who to help and who becomes an ally can influence the later game. They are also considering bonuses for players who complete Scenario 3, potentially allowing them to start new games with a customized party based on their clear data. The page also describes the dramatic appearance of the giant Valkyrie, a powerful weapon from an ancient civilization, as a significant event within the game. Finally, the page features character art, specifically highlighting Pen and making a clear reference to Pengo, linking back to the discussion about character origins. The next page continues the discussion on Shining Force 3, Scenario 3, featuring programming director Yasuhiro Taguchi, along with producer Shusuke Takahashi. This section details the synchronicity system, explaining how your decisions in Scenarios 1 and 2 profoundly impact Scenario 3. A major example is how saving Stella, the female knight, in Scenario 2 affects whether General Equal joins your party in Scenario 3. Your attitude towards Stella's lover, Commander Profound, will also have consequences. The battle system sees graphical improvements and introduces new enemies and monsters, aiming for a greater sense of presence. Battles will involve fighting ancient weapons, like the massive, field-slicing type shown, alongside Julian and other allies. The page also highlights key characters. Dawnhort, previously an NPC in Scenario 2, becomes a playable character, and Julian's trusted aide in Scenario 3. He's an old knight who joins the fight after hearing about Gracia's expedition. In the Q&A, the developers discuss potential clear data bonuses, mentioning something called Shining Force 2I, Wonomo's Adventure. They clarify the series' continuity, stating, Shining Force 2 is a new world separate from the Holy Ark era, but with some overlapping themes. They also touch upon the idea of remaking older titles, emphasizing the desire to create entirely new experiences rather than simple ports due to the shift to 3D graphics. Shining Force 3 Scenario 3 is announced as coming soon, this summer. This guide outlines the final strategy for Shining Force 3 Scenario 2. Focusing on protecting the Emperor on the way to the Republic capital, the party recruits a local archer and travels to Aero village, encountering General Equal's forces. A potential new ally, Penko Penguin, can be obtained. Though weak initially, it offers sleep-inducing support. Aero village offers shops, key item locations, jewelry club, mithril silver, and events like receiving the map of the border ruins. The cave leading to the swampland battle map is detailed. The objective is to defeat bosses Gakatian and Safofia. The map includes trap switches, potentially splitting the party. Valuable items like the Tears of the Goddess and God Rapier are found in treasure chests. Enemies include Gaian and Saya, who specifically target dominant, friendly NPC units, like Reliance and Median army members, are also present. This page of the guide for Shining Force 3 Scenario 2 provides valuable information for players progressing through the game. It features a detailed list of items that can be crafted at the blacksmith, outlining various weapons and rings along with their attack power, weapon affinity, crafting costs, and special properties or effects. This is essential for optimizing your party's equipment. Below the crafting list, there's a section dedicated to enemy unit data for Battle 24. This section profiles several enemy units you'll encounter, including Sios, Aspenia soldiers, High Priests, Daka, Gigant Armor, Schiff, Hill Giants, and Brass Loaders. For each unit, key statistics like HP, MP, attack, defense, agility, luck, movement, and weapon are listed. Crucially, it provides strategic notes on their special attacks, held items, and recommended tactics for defeating them, offering crucial insight for overcoming challenges like the boss encounter mentioned on the previous page. A small sidebar offers a tip on acquiring valuable items by repeatedly defeating a specific boss, and a box explains how to interpret the data presented in the tables. This page is a practical resource for players looking to prepare effectively and strategize for upcoming battles. This page features the SEGA Saturn game Martian successor Nadesico, specifically highlighting the game subtitled The Blank of 3 Years. It delves into the story set in the 3-year period between the TV series and the movie, focusing on the fates of protagonists Akito and Eureka. The game is presented as a multi-scenario sound novel, utilizing still images akin to anime cells combined with text and full voice acting by the original TV series cast. Players experience an afterstory different from the movie, interacting with characters and uncovering mysteries, including those related to the Martian ruins. The page mentions the inclusion of new characters designed by Sho Amano, and emphasizes that key staff from the TV series, including scriptwriters, are involved, suggesting a high-quality production faithful to the original anime. Several screenshots showcase the visual style and some of the featured characters. The article suggests this game is a welcome addition for fans eager to explore the missing years of the Nadesico saga. The next page continues the look at the Martian successor Nadesico game, The Blank of 3 Years. This SEGA Saturn title, released in September, bridges the story between the anime TV series and the movie. A key feature is the introduction of new characters designed by manga artist Kia Asamiya, including Rabio Pataretta, a skilled pilot trainee from the moonbase who trained under Ryoko. While her exact role is mysterious, she's described as an important figure. The page also confirms that the popular crew members from the TV series are back, showing brief profiles for characters like Eureka Misumaru, Akito Tenkawa, Ruri Hoshino, Megumi Reynardo, Haruka Minato, and Inés Versange, giving hints about their status after the show and in the movie timeline. The artwork for the new characters has a distinct style, promising a fresh look for fans. This page dives deeper into Martian successor Nadesico, The Blank of 3 Years, a Sega Saturn game that fills the gap between the TV series and the movie. The narrative is an original story, picking up right after the TV series finale, focusing on the 3-year period leading up to the film's events. Player choices are crucial, leading to branching story paths and ensuring multiple playthroughs won't always end the same way. A significant gameplay element highlighted is the personality matrix system. This innovative system tracks the player character's personality on 4 axes: burning, cool, active, passive, based on dialogue choices. This shift in personality directly influences relationships and affinity with other characters, adding a simulation aspect to the visual novel format. The game's starting point is the chaotic conclusion of the TV series, featuring events like Akito and Eureka's kiss and the Nadesico's abandonment. The story begins from this dramatic moment, promising an engaging opening. There's also a mention of collectible items, such as a Kiki Ganger card appearing in a dream, hinting at fun in-universe references. Additional returning characters from the Nadesico crew are featured with brief profiles: Ryoko Subaru, a skilled pilot; Izumi Maki, the sarcastic navigator; Hikaru Amano, the manga artist and pilot; Yukina Shiratori, the intelligent young girl; Irina Kinjo Wong, a Nurgle executive; Haume, the Nadesico's cook; and Nagare Akatsuki, who returns to Earth with Irina. These profiles update players on their status relative to the TV series and the upcoming story. The story of Martian successor Nadesico unfolds across multiple media. The TV series concludes with the Nadesico's escape from the Jovian fleet via a bow's jump, fueled by a kiss between Akito and Eureka. Following the finale, the Sega Saturn game, The Blank of 3 Years, offers an alternate story path with a new protagonist and varied outcomes. 3 years later, the movie Nadesico, the Prince of Darkness, depicts a time of peace between Earth and the Jovians. The former Nadesico crew has dispersed, but an attack on a research colony prompts the Earth Federation to send the Nadesico B, captained by Ruri Hoshino, to investigate. The movie presents a different tone compared to the TV series. Several crew members have taken on new roles. Jun Aoi commands a battleship. Goat Hori and Seiya Uribatake are maintenance chiefs, and Prospector remains a Nurgle executive. Screenshots from the TV finale, the Saturn game, and the upcoming movie, which was scheduled for release August 1, 1998 in Japan, are included. A TV rebroadcast of the series preceded the movie.
This page announces a joint campaign between SEGA and SEGA Saturn Magazine, focusing on the highly popular Martian successor Nadesico series, which was featured on the previous page discussing its different media forms like the TV show, game, and movie. Recognizing that Nadesico posters are sought-after collector's items that can be hard to find, this promotion makes them readily available. The campaign features a total of 10 different types of Nadesico posters, showcasing various characters and scenes, including fan favorites like Akito, Eureka, and Ruri. Starting on July 11th, these poster heroes are available at 14 selected SEGA amusement centers located across Japan. Fans are encouraged to visit the participating locations promptly, as quantities are limited, and the promotion will end once supplies run out. The page lists all the specific SEGA World, High-Tech Land Sega, and High-Tech Sega locations involved in the campaign. Additionally, there's a separate chance for 20 individuals to win a set of all 10 posters as part of a related giveaway. This is a fantastic opportunity for Nadesico fans to get their hands on some exclusive artwork tied to the beloved series. This page dives deeper into the Poster Hero campaign, explaining that it's a slot-style game machine found in amusement centers, where lining up 3 marks gets you a prize poster. While the posters are random, the goal is to collect them all, perhaps by trading with friends. Building on the Nadesico promotion from the last page, there's a special giveaway here, offering a complete set of all 10 second-wave Martian successor Nadesico posters to 20 lucky applicants. To enter, you needed to mail a postcard with your name, age, address, and phone number by the deadline of July 23rd to the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department. Beyond Nadesico, the Poster Hero machines also offered artwork from other popular games. Posters for the dating simulation game, Friends Kagayaki of Youth, were available, featuring beautiful illustrations by Toru Mizutani. Several example images are shown, depicting romantic and everyday scenes. You could also get posters for National School Uniform Bishojo Grand Prix, Find Love, showcasing the 10 featured girls from the first game in the series, even though a sequel was on the horizon. Finally, a small announcement teases a major arcade release. The highly anticipated Virtualon Oratorio Tangram was slated to arrive in August.
This page features a special report on Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, highlighting its impending release and 100% completion status. The article jumps straight into the early game events, introducing the protagonist Hiro and his companion Ruby as they explore the mysterious Blue Tower with Hiro's archaeologist grandfather. This investigation leads to an incredible encounter when a girl emerges from a shining crystal at the tower's summit after they are transported to a strange new space. The girl is introduced as Lucia, who claims to have come from the blue star in the sky to meet someone on Lunar. Her magical power is immense, far surpassing human capabilities. However, things take a dark turn when they return to the tower entrance. An eerie voice is heard, an argument ensues, and in a shocking moment, Lucia's body turns to stone and crumbles, as depicted in a screenshot showing the moment of petrification during a battle. The report leaves readers wondering what could have possibly happened to her. The article also briefly mentions the upcoming appearance of Lemina Ausa, the final main party member, noting her connection to Mia Ausa from the first Lunar game, and hints at the return of collectible bromides. It encourages readers to fully immerse themselves in the world of Lunar 2 during the upcoming summer break. This page continues the Lunar 2 Eternal Blue coverage, detailing the next steps in Hiro's journey. Following the events of the Blue Tower, it's revealed that Lucia is under a powerful curse. Hiro seeks out Ronfar, a former priest living in Larpa village, hoping for help. Ronfar, initially hesitant due to past experiences, is ultimately moved by Hiro's sincerity and joins the party, lending his aid to Lucia. However, Lucia soon decides to head to the port town of Dalton alone. Hiro and his companions follow, only to witness Lucia being captured by the antagonistic Leo and taken aboard the airship Bolgan. Pursued by Leo's forces, the party escapes into the vast forest of Lance. While navigating the treacherous forest, they encounter a caravan and find a moment of respite. During this time, the dancer Jean is introduced. Her past struggles are highlighted when the caravan is attacked by a monster, forcing her to confront her own history and decide to fight alongside Hifiro. Jean then joins the party, determined to settle her past and protect her new companions. The page showcases character art for Ronfar and Jean, confirming their addition to the team, alongside dramatic screenshots depicting key plot points like Lucia's capture and battles in the forest. The game is listed for a July 23rd release at 6,800 yen on Krigdrom across 2 discs. This page continues the journey in Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, detailing the party's progress after Jean joined. The group, now 4 people and Ruby, makes good time, but they are still being pursued. Arriving at Temis village, near the edge of the forest of Lance, they find the main exit blocked by Leo's forces. Fortunately, a mysterious hooded girl appears and reveals an alternate route over the mountain behind the village. Taking this path, the party encounters new types of monsters. The page also includes a character and magic breakdown. Hiro's section highlights his powerful sword skills, which are more his focus than traditional magic, though he does possess some wind magic for crowd control. Ron Kefar, a former priest, is introduced with his healing abilities, essential for keeping the party healthy. Interestingly, his attack magic utilizes a unique dice mechanic, adding an element of risk, as a failed roll can cause him damage. Screenshots show the village map, the mountain path, battle scenes, and magic effects in action. This page continues the party's journey in Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, after the main exit from Temis village is blocked. Taking the alternate mountain route mentioned previously, the group comes across a peculiar hut resembling a haunted house, which turns out to be a test location for the Magic Guild. Here they meet Lemina, the current head of the Magic Guild, in the magic city of Vane. Though she tries to recruit them, when they decline, she points them in the direction of Vane. The party faces new challenges, including a unique mid-boss, a cute, toy-like wind-up doll that, despite its appearance, possesses significant attack power and transforms through stages during battle. The page also provides breakdowns of party members' combat abilities. Jean utilizes dance attacks that inflict status effects like poison and paralysis, with her skills evolving as she levels up. Lemina, a formidable mage, unleashes powerful fire and ice spells, capable of hitting multiple enemies, though her strongest magic requires some time to cast. Lucia, an AI-controlled character, focuses defensively at first, but becomes more aggressive with magic as the adventure progresses. Ruby, the cat-like companion, provides fiery support when the situation calls for it. Screenshots showcase battles against the mid-boss and other enemies, highlighting the visual flair of the character's magic attacks like Lemina's devastating Flame Strike and Cold Storm. This page details the party's arrival at the trading town of Norte, which is uniquely split by a river. Despite its prosperity from trade, there seems to be underlying tension between the two sides of the town. The party's journey to Narrated was complicated by an accidental fall following Lemina's miscalculation, requiring them to take a detour through a cave. As they attempt to cross the bridge in Narrated, they encounter Leo.
However, they manage to escape during a military disturbance, using the chaos to their advantage. Now on the run again, with no immediate destination, Jean suggests heading to the nearby Carina Plain, where a carnival is taking place, as Dalton's group might be there. The page also highlights collectible bromides, character art cards returning from the previous lunar game, noting they are fun to collect, although finding all of them is challenging. Additionally, the party discovers mysterious ruins on the world map near the cliffs after leaving Themis and passing through the cave, but they are unable to find an entrance, leaving their purpose and origin unknown. This page dives into the party's arrival at the bustling Carina Plain Carnival in Lunar 2, Eternal Blue. Having escaped Leo back in Narrated, Hero and the gang head here on Jean's suggestion, hoping Dalton's group might be around. The carnival is a lively, once-a-year event, and the page showcases the map layout with numbered points of interest like shops, a fortune teller, gambling dens, and horse races. Amidst the festive atmosphere, the group realizes they can't just relax. They still need to evade Leo. Jean suggests using a magic arrow to transport them, but first, Lucia needs a disguise, because her clothes stand out. This leads to a scene depicted in the character art where Lucia changes into a playful, jester-like outfit. The text humorously notes that while this is going on, no peeking is allowed for the sound-minded young man, or face consequences. Just as Lucia is ready, and they prepare to use the magic arrow, Leo's voice booms across the carnival. It seems he's caught up again, forcing them to make a hasty escape, propelled by the magic arrow to an unknown destination. The page highlights the chaotic nature of their escape, and the uncertainty of where they've ended up. This page features Slayer's Royal 2 for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting the surprising focus on Naga the Serpent, with the headline asking if she's the main character this time. This RPG, set for release on August 27th for 6,800 yen, is rated for all ages and is a single-player experience. The report indicates the game is 75% complete. The article gives us a taste of the opening story. The adventure begins in the small town of Dulthout, where Lena Inverse and Guri Gabriev arrive after being summoned by the local Sorcerers Guild. Expecting a job, they are instead asked to return an amulet stolen by thieves. Having no recollection of this, they decide to investigate by speaking with Robert from the church, who reportedly possesses the amulet. As they head towards the church, they are met by someone with a distinctive, high-pitched laugh, none other than their self-proclaimed rival, Naga. This encounter is set to be the very first battle in the game, pitting Lena against Naga right from the start. The page includes screenshots showing character dialogue and the game's town map interface. This page continues the Slayer's Royal 2 coverage, diving straight into the game's first battle against Naga the Serpent. Since Naga immediately attacked, Lena and Guri had no choice but to fight. The article guides us through the initial turns of this manual combat system. First up is Guri, who moves into attack range and successfully lands the first blow with his sword. Next is Lena's turn, and since Naga is some distance away, the focus shifts to movement. The game allows movement independent of attack setup, a welcome improvement. Lena moves closer to support Guri. Finally, it's Lena's turn again, and rather than attack, she casts a spell. The article notes that, since Guri is taking hits from Naga, casting a healing spell is the priority. Selecting a spell transitions to a new radar-like screen that clearly shows the spell's effect range and hit rate. The target selection process is straightforward, and the article highlights that casting spells requires a brief chant time during which the caster is immobile, noting this as a major vulnerability for magic users. The page features several screenshots illustrating these steps: Guri attacking, Lena moving, Lena selecting a spell target, and the spell effect preparing to launch. It wraps up by teasing the outcome of this initial battle. The tutorial for Slayer's Royal 2's battle against Naga continues. After an initial exchange, Naga casts Ice Arrow, prompting Lena to heal Guri with recovery, highlighting the importance of planning spells with casting times. Lena then closes the distance to Naga. Guri uses the Rest command instead of attacking. Naga unleashes Mega Brand, a powerful attack. Lena, in response, begins chanting an ultimate spell. The page details the game's command system. Attack setup allows targeting and rest. Counter setup governs reactions to attacks, guarding, dodging, and spell setup handles magic,
emphasizing strategic spell selection due to fixed chant times, a change from the previous game's mechanics.
This page continues the Slayer's Royal 2 battle walkthrough against Naga. Turn 10 sees Naga use Flare Arrow, but it misses. In turn 11, it's Gary's turn, and the reviewer decides to test the AI setting, curious about its performance compared to the previous game. Finally, in turn 12, Lena's ultimate spell is ready. She unleashes the mighty Dragon Slave, her signature attack, which rips across the battlefield with a vibrant red flash. Despite the overwhelming power, Naga seems totally unaffected, much to the reviewer's humorous surprise. The page then details the AI settings available in the game. There are two types: Serious Mode, which prioritizes defeating enemies with full force, and Slayer's Mode, which attempts to make characters act according to their personalities. Players can easily switch characters between AI control and manual control. The movement setting is now separate from attack, allowing for better tactical positioning as the possible movement area is shown immediately. Battle tips note that faster characters generally go first, but random factors exist. Performing an attack effectively uses 2 turns due to the movement phase, and magic requires casting time, so planning is essential. The reviewer suggests Serious Mode for users who want powerful AI, and Slayer's Mode for fans who want authentic character behavior. This page features a spread dedicated to the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Welcome to Pia Carrot 2. The vibrant main illustration showcases a cheerful character in a maid uniform holding a tray of desserts, capturing the game's cafe setting and likely dating sim or adventure elements. Behind her, sketches provide a glimpse into the production process, possibly storyboards or character concepts, emphasizing the Summer Memories theme. A key highlight is the confirmation that the Saturn version's opening movie production is progressing smoothly. The game is described as a simulation adventure published by NEC Interchannel, planned for an autumn release as a 2-quadram set. Notably, it is recommended for players aged 18 and over. A special report indicates the game is currently 75% complete. This page continues the in-depth look at the upcoming SEGA Saturn version of Welcome to Pia Carrot 2. Building on the previous coverage, this feature presents an exciting reveal. Actual cell layout drawings and storyboards from the brand new opening animation being produced specifically for the Saturn release. The text emphasizes that the high-quality scene in these sketches will be fully realized in the final animation, promising a visually impressive introduction to the game. Fans will also be pleased to hear about the theme song, which will be an arrangement of the popular Go Go Waitress from the PC version. Adding to the excitement, an original second verse not found previously is planned for use somewhere within the game. The page also teases the imminent reveal of details regarding a new character, adding another layer of anticipation for the autumn launch. The visuals are filled with these fascinating storyboards and character sketches, offering a genuine peek behind the scenes of the animation process. This page continues the exploration of the upcoming SEGA Saturn version of Welcome to Pia Carrot 2. Focusing on key characters. The top section introduces Tomomi Aizawa, a lively middle school student who frequents the titular restaurant, and is shown here in what might be a memorable first encounter involving splashed water. Her profile lists her personal data, including her September 16th birthday and her hobby of chatting. Below, the page introduces Noriko Shima, a quieter character who enjoys sewing and is influenced by her friends to be more outgoing. Her profile details her May 6th birthday and other statistics. This feature gives players a valuable glimpse into the personalities and backgrounds of these 2 girls they will meet in the game. This page continues highlighting the new characters for the SEGA Saturn release of Welcome to Pia Carrot 2. The focus here is on Yuki Kamizuka, described as the central figure among the 3 new middle school girls. She's noted as having a mature atmosphere, being fundamentally competitive, and sometimes showing a stubborn side. Her personal data is presented, listing her birthday as October 1st, blood type B, height 155 centimeters, weight 43 kilograms, and measurements as B77 W57 per hour 78 centimeters. Her hobby is listed as basketball. The text mentions her previous appearances related to Carrot and her recent joint activities with the protagonist, hinting at potential plot developments. The lower section of the page transitions to a preview for the following pages, promising an explanation of the game system and events,
illustrated with screenshots. The accompanying images at the bottom appear to be event CGS from the game, including scenes at a park swing set and a pool. This layout provides players with another character profile and sets the stage for a deeper dive into the game's mechanics. Welcome to Pia Carrot. 2's gameplay revolves around the protagonist's part-time job and building his stats. Choosing the right job is vital, as different positions — waiter, cashier, dishwashing, cleaning, food preparation, stock management — boost different parameters like appearance, perseverance, and intelligence. Weekly shift scheduling is a key strategic decision. Beyond work, interacting with potential love interests before and after shifts is crucial for raising affection, triggering special events, and romantic opportunities. Failure to develop these stats can result in missed romance chances. The page includes screenshots of work environments and character interactions, and previews happy and embarrassing episodes, showcasing specific event scenes, such as a taste testing event and a button sewing moment. This page details how to find and interact with the heroines in Pia Carrot 2 outside of the main part-time job schedule. Free time before and after your shifts is crucial for encountering characters and raising their affection towards you. Proactive efforts are highly recommended. The page showcases several types of events you might experience, including studying together with Mina, seeing Tsukasa demonstrate surprising skill at the arcade,
receiving an invitation to a drinking party with some of the staff, and dealing with the incident where the young Kaoru-chan gets lost during work. These events highlight the diverse interactions and relationship-building opportunities available beyond the work shifts, emphasizing that success in the game involves actively pursuing connections with the characters. This page features a special report on the SEGA Saturn title Deep Fear, highlighting its exploration and battle scenes. Described as a deep-sea horror suspense game, it was released on July 16th for 6,800 yen, comes on 2 KRDROMs, is for 1 player, and is recommended for ages 18 and up. The article provides a system explanation and a playthrough report to reveal the game's full scope. The story begins with protagonist John Mayer, a life-saving instructor. On April Fool's Day, an emergency call disrupts the day, leading to a mission involving a submarine collision in a Navy area. The initial focus is on rescuing a doctor and restoring area connection, suggesting a suspenseful narrative unfolds from the start. Screenshots show interior environments, potentially including a bunk room and control deck, as well as a dramatic depiction of a submarine incident. The game features a convenient area map, accessible via a PDA, which the player can use to navigate, with some areas requiring specific keys. The report hints at the tense atmosphere and the critical mission awaiting the player. This page continues the detailed look at the deep-sea horror suspense game, Deep Fear. It delves further into the game's mechanics and story progression. The article highlights the weapon management system, explaining that you can only equip 1 weapon at a time and must visit a warehouse to replenish ammunition, which runs out frequently due to combat. It also introduces the first-generation Jack monster, described as a creature that takes over other organisms and is the most common enemy, though relatively slow-moving. The walkthrough section details events in the Navy area, where the player character rescues a doctor after encountering a soldier who transforms into a monster. A tense moment is described where firing a gun causes the air in the room to decrease, impacting oxygen supply. Upon returning to the docking area, the player attempts to report the events to Captain Crancy, but is met with indifference, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. The rescued doctor is also present, suggesting her role is important. Finally, the report explains the air system, which serves the dual purpose of replenishing oxygen and allowing the player to save their game data. This is a crucial mechanic, especially before entering dangerous areas. This page continues the coverage of the tense deep-sea survival horror game, Deep Fear. Following the captain's suspicious lack of concern, a crisis unfolds. Torpedoes are fired from the supposedly disabled Sea Fox submarine. The player character, John, is tasked with infiltrating the wreck using Muki, a small submarine, leveraging his past SEAL disarming training to prevent a nuclear missile launch detected by sonar. Upon entering the Sea Fox, John finds the crew dead, seemingly from a rapidly spreading mysterious illness, hinting at the source of the horrifying creatures encountered. A new enemy type, the Preservation, is introduced and illustrated. Unlike the bulkier Jack, this first-generation monster is a quick-moving transformation of a female mammal, though it's less durable than the Jack. Gameplay mechanics discussed include the weapon card system. Different cards are required to unlock specific weapon lockers in the warehouse,
like the one yielding the submachine gun magazine shown. The page also highlights environmental obstacles, with screenshots showing areas blocked by intense fire and flooding, preventing further progress until these hazards are dealt with. A map of the Sea Fox is provided, detailing key locations including weapon lockers, control panels, and marking a boss battle area, giving players a tactical overview of the dangerous environment. The plot thickens with the discovery of the strange illness ravaging the crew, adding another layer of mystery to the unfolding nightmare. This page continues the deep fear coverage, highlighting the tense escape from the crippled submarine, the Sea Fox. After obtaining the necessary keys from the transformed Captain Dallas Silver and his deputy, the situation escalates as the sub begins to sink into a deep trench, forcing a desperate escape through a torpedo tube. The text hints at a terrifying new phenomenon beginning in the ocean, something unprecedented for humanity. The page also features an interview with creature designer Yasushi Sazawa, who discusses his approach to the game's monsters. He aimed for designs that feel biologically plausible but alien, emphasizing unsettling traits like their creeping steps over overt aggression. Sazawa notes the challenge of creating creatures that evolve across 3 generations while maintaining a sense of continuity and difference. Concept art is shown for creatures appearing later in the game, including the final evolution. The interview is accompanied by a photo of Sazawa with a sculpted figure of one of his designs, underscoring the tangible reality he aimed to give these unsettling beings. This page dives deep into Walkenroder, presenting it as a tactical simulation RPG with a strong narrative focus. A special report based on a near-final sample room details the game's systems and early story elements, as the release is just a month away. The core gameplay revolves around story events unfolding between tactical battles. Before engaging in combat, players select participating characters. The battles themselves take place on multi-layered maps, requiring strategic positioning. Actions within combat, like movement and attacks, consume action points, AP, adding a layer of resource management. Walkenroder features a unique analog attack system, where the power of some attacks can be controlled by the player, described like accelerating an engine. Characters grow by gaining experience from their actions in battle, leading to level UPS and improved stats and abilities. The narrative is highlighted as a key component, with dramatic scenes and dialogue driving the plot between the tactical engagements, hinted at by dark backstories and foreboding events mentioned. This SEGA Saturn title, scheduled for release on August 6th for 5,800 yen, is a single-player experience recommended for all ages, promising a blend of deep strategy and compelling storytelling. The page analyzes the initial rounds of Walkenroder, focusing on gameplay and narrative. Round 1, The Narrow Path, the Light Bulb, introduces Luciano, who must protect Carol from assassins. Key characters like Frankie Zappa and Orange Deluxe are introduced. The objective is enemy elimination, with Luciano's survival crucial. Round 2, The Back Alley, the Trap, reveals Carol's deception, but Luciano still helps her escape to Mist City. The goal is to escape the Art of Noise area. The gameplay highlights the use of interactive map elements, particularly switches that activate bridges and open hidden doors, adding a puzzle element to combat. These switches consume action points, requiring strategic resource management. The game blends storytelling, character interaction, and tactical combat enhanced by environmental interaction. The next page continues the Walkenroder guide, focusing on Round 3. Dragon Asher der Wald. Luciano and Carol, heading towards Mist City, take a shortcut through the Forbidden Forest and encounter bandits preying on a troop of performers. The objective for this round is to rescue the performers and defeat the bandits. This involves fighting through the forest map and activating a switch to open a cage door. Gameplay highlights include the introduction of bow-type weapons, which offer long-range attacks, capable of shooting over obstacles like rivers. However, they are limited to vertical or horizontal attacks and are ineffective at close range. The page also provides details on the SRG, Steam Refined Gear system, explaining it as a steam-powered weapon system utilizing deuterium cartridges to generate heat. It notes weaknesses like the scarcity of cartridges and their degradation with use, but mentions later improvements. Profiles for the performers encountered are shown. Leader Chemical, skilled with a large ball. Velvet, a bow user who relies on nature. Idol Race, a hyperactive idol with gloves. And Fat Boy Slim, a knife thrower whose body swells under stress. The victory condition is rescuing the performers, while the defeat condition is Luciano's death.
Round 4 of Wackenroder. Dragon Asher the Forest pits the party against overwhelming bandit forces. After a fierce battle, a seemingly invincible boss appears. Velvet, a rescued performer, advises delaying. Blue Oyster, a forest guardian, appears and aids the party. Recognizing Velvet's intuition, the Chemical Brothers join the party, proving surprisingly effective despite appearances. The objective is survival. The round hints at deeper narrative connections, linking the story to the prologue and the legend of the Knight of Edwold Island. This legend involves a creation myth and a knight rescuing a princess. Guided by blue oysters, the party escapes the forest, journeying towards Saito and then King Crimson, one of 6 significant cities on Edwold Island, tied to the knight's tale. This page previews the SEGA Saturn title, Madu Monogatari, featuring the familiar characters from the Puyo Puyo series, most prominently Arle Naja. Set to release on July 23 for 5,800 yen. It's described as an RPG for one player, recommended for all ages. The article highlights the game's charming world and introduces Arle Naja, a mischievous spirit girl. It teases various memorable scenes and amusing scenes from the Saturn version, using screenshots to showcase the isometric gameplay perspective and character interactions. Familiar faces like Schizo Wigi and the skeletal characters Sukekio/Sukapon also appear in dialogue snippets, hinting at the quirky humor and events players will encounter throughout their adventure. The preview encourages fans to look forward to the unique encounters awaiting them in this iteration of the Madu Monogatari world. This page continues the preview of the SEGA Saturn's carefree RPG, Madu Monogatari, bringing the beloved Puyo Puyo characters into a new adventure. Beyond the main RPG quest, a significant minigame called Puyo Card is highlighted. Puyo Card is described as an engaging card game where players match colors to clear cards, aiming to attack the opponent by reducing their points to 0. Chaining clears is crucial for dealing significant damage, much like in the main Puyo Puyo games. Winning matches earns victory points, which can be exchanged for various items. The article emphasizes that while the rules are simple, the strategy runs deep, encouraging players to hone their skills before taking on tougher opponents. The page also introduces the character Incubus, described as a beautiful eccentric, and details how the character Carcoon can influence the game. Carcoon moves along a track, and reaching an end provides a beneficial effect to the player on that side, with chain reactions granting powerful advantages. Various screenshots illustrate the flow of the card game, showing players placing cards, cards disappearing in chains, and damage being dealt. Character profiles for Arle, Rulyu, Schizo, and Harpy are also featured at the top, indicating their presence in the game, likely as playable characters or opponents. This iteration of Madu Monogatari clearly integrates elements familiar to Puyo Puyo fans, making the minigame a core part of the experience. This page delves deeper into the RPG mechanics of Madu Monogatari, showcasing the world and characters beyond the Puyo Card minigame. The preview highlights that encounters are central events, shaped by the strong personalities of the numerous characters you meet. The main quest revolves around a great magic tournament, where contestants scramble to acquire the mysterious phantom magic. Screenshots depict various locations like a bustling town square, indoor areas, and challenging dungeons within a tower filled with tricky contraptions, warp zones, and interference from rivals. The game features familiar characters like Arsadal, Rulu, and Schizo, whose stats are briefly shown, alongside new foes. Some notable enemies introduced include the fearsome owlbear, which can negate normal attacks and requires a specific strategy to defeat, and the unique boss character, Sciapod, who hops around with a single leg. The troublesome succubus also makes an appearance, competing with Incubus for attention. The beloved sidekick Carcoon can even lend a hand with an occasional powerful beam attack. The crucial gameplay tip emphasized is the importance of utilizing save points, especially those strategically placed just before boss battles, to ensure your progress is secured before facing tough challenges. This page dives further into the bizarre world of Madu Monogatari, focusing on the beautiful girl contest taking place in Ragias Town. It highlights that this isn't just about looks. Contestants are judged on their knowledge, strength, and even luck, competing in teams of 3. Screenshots give us a peek at the challenges, showing obstacles within dungeon ruins and hinting at quiz segments related to the town's focus on knowledge. The page also spotlights key characters and events you'll encounter. We see Schizo, known for his dark magic, getting drawn into the contest,
seemingly motivated by the youthful appearance of the participants, despite his initial disinterest in such frivolous things. There's also a section on a forgetful old man, where Rulyu suggests a rather forceful method, like hitting him with a crushing rock punch, to jog his memory, which sounds like a classic Madhu Monogatari puzzle. A new character, Scylla the dog girl, is introduced as a half-beast thief known for stealing things, making it necessary to chase her down to retrieve stolen items. Alongside the game preview, there's news of related merchandise. An art collection Crendrom featuring illustrations from the Madhu Monogatari and Puyo Puyo series is advertised for a July release. Additionally, it's announced that the SEGA Saturn game itself will include collectible trading cards of main characters like Arl, Rulu, and the Dark Prince, making them exclusive to the software purchase in September. This page focuses on the dramatic love adventure game, Hime-sama Tokyu, Princess Express, coming to both Sega Saturn and PlayStation. The artwork depicts anime-style characters on what appears to be a train platform, or station, hinting at the game's travel theme. The text describes a luxurious express train journey across Japan during the summer, where the protagonist will encounter various girls, and perhaps even get their phone numbers, promising a dreamlike 15-day trip. The game is presented as a multimedia project, expanding beyond the console release. There are announcements for related light novels under the Dengeki Gaze Bunko imprint, comics from Dengeki Comics X, official strategy guides from Dengeki Kuryaku OU, and even radio dramas. This indicates a significant push to establish Hime-sama Tokyu as a franchise. The radio dramas are noted to be broadcasting on Bunko Hoso and Radio Osaka. The game is set to release on July 30th for 6,800 yen. There is also information about a reservation campaign offering bonus items for early buyers. The game's story composition is credited to Juki Hanada, with character design and direction by Masahide Sawa. This page announces Data East's Thanks to Our Users Summer Campaign 98, offering players a chance to win fantastic prizes. By purchasing eligible Data East software titles and sending in the required application marks, users could enter a lottery for various rewards. The grand prize for this summer promotion was a trip to Guam for 5 lucky winners. Other prizes included invitations to the Tokyo Game Show, exclusive Data East merchandise, character-themed Zippo lighters, t-shirts, and postcard sets, awarded based on the number of application marks submitted. The campaign featured several titles from Data East's lineup. Players could enter by purchasing the hard-boiled detective adventure detective Jinguji Saburo. At the End of the Dream, the trap adventure Dokoku Soshite Final Edition, the billiards game Side Pocket 3, or the scrolling shooter Tsukyu Guren on PlayStation. The campaign ran from July 20th to August 31st, 1998. This page features an official guide for the Sega Saturn game Revolutionary Girl Utena, the story that will one day be revolutionized. Positioned as a Sega official guide and a collaboration with the TV anime production staff, this book offers an in-depth analysis of what they call the industry's first deluxe character game. The guide provides thorough game strategy, detailing how to achieve all 10 endings, including the multiple love endings for the 4 student council members, as well as covering the Utena and Black Rose arcs. It's designed to gently guide fans of the anime series who might be new to gaming. Beyond strategy, the book also serves as a fan book, featuring behind-the-scenes insights into the development process, with cooperation from the BPAPA's staff, including coverage not found in anime magazines. Illustrations on the page include character portraits of Utena, Antrathi, Akio, Tuga, Juri, and Nanami, alongside a dynamic depiction of Utena and Antrathi engaged in a duel, which is highlighted as the cover illustration by Shinya Hasegawa of BPAPA's. Described as a book that revolutionizes strategy guides, it aims to immerse the reader in the world of Otori Academy. The guide is 128 pages, full color, and available now for 1,200 yen. It's published by the SoftBank Publishing Division. This page features a perfect guide for the Madhu Monogatari series and a new trading card collection. The vibrant artwork prominently displays characters from the Puyo Puyo and Madhu Monogatari universe, including the main protagonist Arle Naja with her companion Carbuncle, alongside other fan favorites such as Rulyu, Satan, and Schizo Wegi. The perfect guide, slated for release in late July, is presented as a comprehensive resource for players. This, a 5-sized, 128-page, full-color guide, priced at 1,200 yen, promises to thoroughly cover Arl and Carbuncle's grand adventure. It details character introductions, usable skills, hidden elements, complete strategy with maps, item lists, and more, ensuring players won't miss a thing. Additionally, a Puyo Puyo and Madu Monogatari trading card collection is announced for an autumn release. This collection will feature a total of 122 planned card types, sold in packs of 10 cards for 300 yen each, excluding tax. The card types include newly drawn special cards, character cards, event cards, big chain cards, and combination puzzle cards, bringing the charming world and characters to fans in a collectible format. Example cards showcasing Rulyu, Arlie Naja, and Satan are displayed. This page showcases a world guide for the unique and atmospheric game Baroque. This guide, published by SoftBank, is presented as an essential companion for delving deeper into the game's unsettling world. It's a substantial B5-sized book, packing 128 pages of content, and is priced at 2,200 yen, with a planned release in mid-July. The page features striking artwork, including the game's protagonist wielding his distinctive weapon, surrounded by several of the strange, grotesque creatures that inhabit the game's tower. Smaller panels highlight key elements, showing off character designs, surreal anatomical sketches, and different grotesque figures. The guide itself promises to be packed with fascinating details, exploring the game's intricate 3D models, its beautiful yet disturbing anomaly artwork, and the profound depth of its accompanying novel. It includes insights from the creators themselves through interviews, aiming to expand your understanding of the Baroque universe. Notably, it will feature a refined and republished version of the Baroque prequel story that previously ran in SEGA Saturn Magazine, penned by Mariko Shimizu. The overarching theme, underscored by a quote from Ecclesiastes, hints at the game's philosophical exploration of human nature and sin. This is positioned as a captivating collection of setting information entrusted to the reader. There are also details on how to purchase the guide, whether through bookstores or directly. This page previews the official guidebook for the SEGA Saturn title, code AER. This guide promises to be essential for navigating the game's unique blend of racing and story elements, captured by the phrase, "Love and Races Perfectly Explained." The page features dynamic anime artwork of the game's characters, alongside screenshots depicting both high-speed racing action and character interactions. The guide, published by SoftBank, details the game's adventure segments focusing on the heroines, and provides crucial insights into the racecourses. It also delves into game mechanics like car tuning and data related to part-time jobs, which likely influence progress or stats within the game's story mode. Presented in a 5 size, the guidebook was priced at 1,300 yen and slated for a mid-July release. It's a key resource for mastering both the narrative and competitive aspects of Code LAR. The next page is dedicated to the final act of the Sakura Wars Uka Kenran original video animation series. Titled A Midsummer Night's Dream, this 4th act is highlighted as the conclusion to the OVA series, and was released on LD and video on July 25th. The page features striking anime artwork of the main characters, Captain Ichiro Ogami and Sakura Shinguji, alongside smaller screenshots depicting character portraits and the iconic steam-powered mechs, the Kubu units, in action. The text emphasizes the OVA's story, where Ogami confronts the Black Nest Society alone to defend the Imperial Theater, tying it back to the beloved Sakura Wars universe known from the SEGA Saturn game. The release of the OVA came with special first edition bonuses, including liner notes offering detailed explanations for each episode, and an application coupon for exclusive merchandise like an LED storage box, and a large poster featuring collaborative artwork by series creators. The page also serves as a hub for Sakura Wars related goods, advertising the popular SEGA Saturn game, soundtrack grids, and novels, indicating the wide appeal and success of the franchise. It's clear the Sakura Wars phenomenon was in full swing, with various media complementing the core game experience. The page also mentions a promotion related to Emotion's 15th anniversary, celebrating their video releases. This page is the Reader Submission Corner, a weekly bulletin board, where readers share their thoughts and experiences, many of which touch upon gaming and SEGA Saturn culture. It features a collection of short letters and illustrations from fans across Japan. Readers discuss various topics, from the World Cup and everyday life like saving money for the Dreamcast, to more personal notes about wanting a girlfriend or contemplating happiness. Several submissions relate directly to SEGA Saturn gaming. Readers mention obtaining new software releases and discuss game genres like racing simulations,
The page is also highlighted by fan-submitted artwork featuring characters popular around the time. We see illustrations of Doraemon, a character resembling Maytel from Galaxy Express 999, alongside a mysterious message about searching for her, Eureka Misumaru from Martian successor Nadesico, a series with Saturn game adaptations, and a character who looks strikingly like Rosetta from Project Justice, a game available on the Sega Saturn, encouraging her not to lose to Ange from Cyberbots. These drawings show the community's engagement with Saturn titles and related media. The submissions offer a glimpse into the diverse interests of the magazine's readership, blending gaming discussions with personal anecdotes and fan art, showcasing the lively interaction between the magazine and its audience. This page features the Reader Submissions Corner, a lively space for Sega Saturn fans to share their thoughts and creations. It's split into a letter section, a section for cheers from notable figures, or impersonators, and a manga plaza. In the Saturn Users Plaza, readers weigh in on the upcoming Dreamcast launch and its implications for the Saturn business. One letter passionately argues for the continuation and even revival of 18-plus software releases on the Saturn post-Dreamcast launch, seeing it as a valid and potentially profitable market, citing the success of titles like Pia Carrot, which sold over 100,000 copies. Another reader, possibly a Sega staff member, expresses a different view, suggesting that while PC ports of 18-plus games aren't suitable for the Dreamcast due to console limitations and regulations, the Saturn's existing mature library was something they personally bought and enjoyed. The Cheer from Famous People section adds a touch of humor, featuring caricatures and encouraging messages for the magazine, from individuals styled as Soccer Man, a composer, and even impersonators of the popular idol group SMAP. The Manga Plaza showcases reader-submitted 4-panel comic strips. These strips touch on various themes, including the transition between Sega consoles, interactions related to game content, and some abstract, humorous scenarios, like one referencing the game Burning Rangers. It's a fun display of the community's creativity and connection to the Sega universe. This page dives into the vibrant reader submission section, featuring the True Gamer Rules and the Submission King Hall of Fame. The core is the Inkscream Increased Volume Edition, where fans contribute illustrations and commentary. The True Gamer Rules section offers humorous, relatable tips for arcade and loading screen etiquette. It's a fun take on the quirks of dedicated players. The Submission King Hall of Fame acknowledges top contributors with points, highlighting their consistency in sending in material. The main body showcases fan art and gags related to Sega Saturn games and gaming culture. We see illustrations referencing titles like Grandia, featuring characters like Sue and the duo from the game, a character resembling Satomi from Tokimeki Memorial, a funny cool pad design based on the Saturn controller, a classic House of the Dead reference, and even a silhouette quiz teasing a mystery character. There's also a humorous take on common school tropes with the Copy Freely series. These submissions are accompanied by brief comments from the readers, often sharing personal anecdotes or jokes related to the games or illustrations. A point ranking list shows who the most prolific contributors are, acknowledging their dedication to the magazine. Overall, it's a fantastic display of the Sega Saturn community's creativity and sense of humor, celebrating their shared passion for the platform and its games through various artistic and written formats. This page showcases the Letters Park King Readers Gallery, a collection of illustrations and messages from fans. Readers contribute their artwork, often depicting characters or scenes related to Sega Saturn games and other media. The gallery features a diverse range of submissions, including fan art referencing games like Tactics Ogre, characters resembling those from the Detective Saburo Jinguji series, Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, Soul Hackers, and Virtua Fighter 2's Shens. There's also a scene that appears to be inspired by Gungrafon, and an illustration possibly referencing the upcoming Dreamcast console. Each piece is accompanied by the contributor's location and name, along with a brief comment, adding a personal touch from the community. The section announces the next submission theme is Sega Saturn Shiro. An information panel outlines how readers can submit their work, including guidelines on materials and the point system for featured contributions. There's also a small corner providing the address for sending postcards. Overall, the page highlights the creative energy and engagement of the Sega Saturn fan base. This page is an advertisement for Santa, a mail-order shop specializing in Sega hardware and software. It lists prices for Sega Saturn, Mega Drive, and Game Gear games and peripherals,
along with details on how to order and pay, including shipping costs. This page kicks off a Dreamcast Now feature, diving into what fans want to see on Sega's upcoming console via reader surveys. Question 1 asks which Sonic Team games players want. The results show a strong desire for more in the Sonic series, but also significant interest in seeing Knights and Burning Rangers return, as well as entirely new IPs. It seems fans are eager to see how Sonic Team's classics translate to the new hardware.
Question 2 surveyed. Which game developers fans hope will support the Dreamcast? Sega naturally topped the list, but major Japanese RPG powerhouses Square and Enix were also highly requested, alongside Capcom, Namco, and others like GameArts. The article provides comments from some companies, indicating varying levels of interest, from cautious consideration to currently having no plans. The survey highlights broad anticipation for diverse software support. Finally, the page reveals a ranking of games that readers most want to see ported to the Dreamcast. The overwhelming #1 request is Virtual on Oratorio Tangram, demonstrating the strong pull of Sega's arcade hits. Popular console series like Final Fantasy and Virtua Fighter 3 also rank highly, showing demand for ports from other platforms too. This ranking gives a clear picture of the types of games fans are hoping to play on Dreamcast. This page continues the Dreamcast focus, with a look at some intriguing aspects of the upcoming console. It investigates the origin of the Dreamcast spiral logo, noting its resemblance to the swirl found on Kincho mosquito coils, a common household item in Japan. The article playfully dubs the Dreamcast logo the Guru Guru mark, swirly mark, and even compares it to the spiral patterns seen on the Pokemon characters Poliwag, Poliwhirl, and Poliwrath, which were topical at the time. It seems the logo's familiar yet mysterious look was intentionally designed. Next, the page delves into Dreamcast's unique controller with its 2 visual memory system (VMS) slots, asking how peripheral manufacturers plan to support it. Interviews with companies like Hori, ASC2, and Imagineer reveal varying levels of commitment, from actively considering ideas for accessories leveraging the VMS to still being undecided or having no concrete plans yet. The VMS is highlighted as a key feature accessory makers are evaluating. Finally, the article touches upon Sega's marketing strategy for Dreamcasts, specifically the impact of the legendary Sagata Sanshiro. It discusses the competition between advertising agencies Dentsu and Hakuhodo, implying that Hakuhodo was instrumental in creating the Sagata Sanshiro phenomenon. There's even a rumor mentioned about Sagata's contract being renewed, fueling speculation about his continued involvement with Dreamcast PR. The page ends with a call for reader mail and a tease for the next issue, promising more Dorikya's Now content. This page is dedicated to the Sega Saturn baseball simulation game, Pro Yaku Team O Tsukuru. Let's make a pro baseball team, featuring Volume 6 of a recurring column about the game. The page includes a section with feedback from players, discussing the balance between emotional attachment to players versus the practical necessities of team building and trading in the game. It delves into how personal feelings can initially override strategy when managing a team of favorite players. There's a featured segment highlighting recommended players discovered through scouting, complete with screenshots of their in-game stats. Examples shown are players like Shishido Akinobu, described as potentially the strongest domestic pitcher with a fearsome 160 km/h sidearm throw and good breaking balls, and Morris Rar, an outfielder noted for good hitting and fielding. These are presented as scout discoveries from the championship preliminary rounds. The page also includes a muttering section offering personal thoughts on the game, and a detailed cue and a corner with Yakyun Coach. This section answers reader questions about team management, such as where responsibility lies when a team loses a game, the impact of player compatibility and strenuous training on morale, the key to obtaining strength players through scouting, whether individual player stats affect the pennant race outcome, and strategic batting order decisions, like placing players with high on-base percentages at the top of the lineup. It emphasizes the importance of timing when using the password system to transfer players. This page continues the deep dive into Pro Yaku Team O Tsukuru, focusing on simulated matchups and a reader tournament. The main feature is the 1000 game match, where the editors ran extensive simulations. One test pitted a team heavily featuring foreign players against a Japanese team, while another examined the impact of swapping in a high-rankings class player. These simulations aimed to test strategic ideas and team balance, revealing surprising outcomes over a large number of games. Excitingly, the page also announces the start of a password-based tournament for reader-submitted teams. It details the tournament structure,
where seeded teams and block winners will advance to a final league, with the first results report promised for the next issue. Beyond the core simulations and tournament news, there are various fan corners, including a Q and A with Yakyun coach answering player questions, a section for general impressions and illustrations, a humorous feature about building intentionally bad teams, and even a temporary fan club for the in-game secretaries. These sections highlight the active community engagement with the game. There's also a call for recommended players, and a contest for player portraits. This page features a special interview for the game, The Street, Machi, highlighting popular characters Keima Amemiya and Masashi Shinoda. It's billed as a double interview, with two individuals referred to by the names Arai and Kusano, who are presumably involved with the characters or the game. The article teases behind-the-scenes stories previously untold, making it essential reading for fans. The interview portion reveals that the two met about 8 years prior while working on a drama. They discuss their ongoing work and frequent meetings since that time. They also touch upon receiving fan mail related to the game and their experiences playing specific character types. One interviewee mentions his satisfaction in playing a detective role. They note their limited interaction within the game itself, as their characters were in different sections of Shibuya. There's also mention of filming locations in Shibuya, and an upcoming drama also set there. The page includes photos of the two interviewees, both standing together outside and sitting down, seemingly during the interview. There is also a dedicated section for Masakazu Arai, who portrays Keima Amemiya, including his biographical details and a quote about how happy he was to play a detective. Small screenshots or photos related to the game or production are also present at the bottom. This feature offers a personal look into the people behind some of the street's memorable characters. This page continues the feature on the street, Machi, presenting an interview between Masakazu Arai, who plays Keima Amemiya, and Yasutaka Kusano, the actor for Masashi Shinoda. Kusano shares his thoughts on playing the character, noting his desire for more action, and commenting that while Arai's role as Keima seemed tough, playing the character Yohei appeared enjoyable for him. The interview delves into their experiences during filming, describing the process as difficult, but ultimately fun, despite long hours, and the challenge of staying still for certain shots. They recount interactions with other cast members, including Matsuden, Ushio Kurokabe, and Duncan-san. The article also mentions filming locations, specifically highlighting a cafe in Shibuya. The page includes photos of the two actors, featuring a large shot of Kusano and others showing both Arai and Kusano together. There's also a special gift section, offering signed items from the actors, signed by their characters, Keima and Masashi, for readers. Finally, the page teases an exciting reveal in the next issue: how to obtain the crucial Hanabi element in the game. Sakurai Tomo, gearing up for her Tomo 98 concert on July 20th, is managing her diet, tracking calories with a game machine. She humorously reveals shockingly high calorie counts for foods like steak and various bento meals, and admits her weight isn't dropping, possibly due to overeating. Her new album, Overlap, will be released on July 17th. The page also includes a manga comic strip detailing her collecting habits, specifically laserdiscs, LDS. She reflects on the growing collection, admitting to feeling like a collector, despite not buying LDS in years, and that many are still unplayed. The strip highlights her habit of buying the software before the hardware, contrasting the era with the rise of DVDs. The comic also reveals her anime recording habit. The page provides a blend of personal insights, concert details, and a nostalgic look at the past. This page opens with a column titled, Go Compile, Volume 21, where the author discusses a recent advertisement supporting the company Compile amidst the struggling game industry and Compile's own financial difficulties, including debt repayment efforts. He touches upon Compile's past successes, highlighting the classic puzzle series, Puyo Puyo, which sold millions, and their famously bold marketing strategies. The author expresses his personal support for Compile's president and hopes to see a return to form. Below is Ikebukuro Sara's Virtual Crash, Volume 55, from a game programmer and director. He shares his thoughts on the recently announced Dreamcast console from the perspective of a developer needing to constantly learn new hardware. While he's currently working on Gorishin MUU2, a fighting game for PlayStation, he appeals to the magazine's readers, presumably Saturn fans, to check it out. He also notes a shift in the tone of Sega's recent commercials and mentions an upcoming large fighting game tournament, possibly for Fighting Vipers 2. Finally, the page includes a short personal note titled "Yukun this week," describing the stress around a recent World Cup match and featuring a photograph of a young boy, presumably Yukun, playing on a computer, framed as becoming a computer brain, Yukun. This page is a comic strip section titled "Saturn People Dialogue, Staying Stalled Forever," featuring the user's voice. The magazine states it values reader feedback. Illustrated by Hanakuma Yusaku, the manga presents various humorous or bizarre scenarios, seemingly based on reader submissions or common gaming frustrations. The strips depict interactions involving disputes over game prices, aggressive exchanges, and peculiar requests made to game manufacturers, such as asking for a specific type of software to be developed. It captures a slice of the gaming community's less conventional experiences and complaints in a lighthearted, albeit sometimes aggressive, style. The artist's profile is included, listing movies like Pulgasari, Blues Brothers 2000, and Starship Troopers as recent watches, providing a cultural snapshot of the time. This page is from Noriyuki Iwadere's recurring column, "Come On Everybody," this being Volume 4. The focus is on the sound and voice work for the upcoming SEGA Saturn RPG, Lunar 2, Eternal Blue. Iwadere describes the intensive dubbing sessions held during Golden Week at Abaco Studio, detailing the process of mixing voice acting, sound effects, and music to finalize the game's audio experience. He praises the game's visuals, especially the animation and CG, stating they are a significant improvement over the previous entry. The voice actors are also highlighted for their dedicated performances. The page includes photos showing Iwadere himself, a group shot of Lunar 2 staff including character designer Toshiyuki Kubuka and Don Maku gathered at the studio, and glimpses of the recording equipment. Side features include a look at a recording studio setup and an introduction to a new piece of gear, the Roland VS1680 Digital Studio, which Iwadere acquired and finds highly practical for music production due to its features and ease of use. There's also an announcement for the release of the Grandia Original Soundtracks 2 Candelas, compiled based on overwhelming fan requests for a complete collection of the game's music. This soundtrack features all remaining tracks from the game and includes extensive commentary, along with orchestral sheet music for the main theme. This page features an editorial piece titled, "Story of Boys and Girls at the End of the 20th Century, Alcohol Dependence, Part 2. This isn't a typical game review or strategy guide, but rather a more serious article delving into the struggles of alcohol addiction, presented as a personal narrative. It describes the progression of dependence, the physical and mental toll it takes, and the damaging effects on daily life and relationships. The article highlights the difficulty of breaking free from the addiction, touching on feelings of anxiety, inability to sleep, nightmares, and the deterioration of one's physical and mental state. It emphasizes how the condition can make life feel isolating and difficult. Below the text is a photograph showing what appears to be a scene inside a betting facility, possibly related to horse racing, with multiple screens and people in the foreground. However, the caption explicitly states that the photo is unrelated to the article's text. This piece serves as a reminder that even within a gaming magazine, there were segments dedicated to addressing relevant social issues for the readership. In this case, the serious topic of alcohol dependence. It even warns readers to be cautious, noting that alcohol dependence affects a significant number of people. This page features several interesting columns and articles. A prominent piece explores the rather niche topic of foot fetishes and adult video content, including an illustration showing various body parts and legs. Another section delves into the game Sakura Wars, with a writer sharing their experiences playing and interacting with characters like Sumair and Kana to gain affection. There's also a column on game strategy or philosophy related to RPGs, featuring a small cartoon battle scene. A humorous note is struck by a photo showing a SEGA Saturn console strangely placed on the floor in an office, sparking speculation about its purpose. Finally, the page kicks off an interview series with illustrator Something Yoshimatsu, a passionate SEGA fan, discussing his love for the company's games. There's also a brief mention of writer Norihiko Fukuoka and his involvement in manga and anime, specifically Neon Genesis Evangelion. This page features a fascinating article by Koji Hayama, titled, Koji Hayama's Men's Empire, Game Music Artists. Hayama, known as Aniki to his fans, delves into his long career in game music,
discussing the scene and the artists within it. He reflects on how game music was often viewed as inferior to mainstream pop music, but highlights the immense passion and skill of game composers. Hayama shares his unique perspective, having worked in both the game music world for 12 years and the general music industry for 6. He describes the intense focus required to create game music, often working with headphones on, while others around are busy with graphics or programming. He speaks about the dedication of artists who pour their energy into their work. He touches upon influential figures, mentioning Koichi Sugiyama, the legendary composer for the Dragon Quest series, and Hiroshi Tanaka, known for titles like the Aleste series and Street Fighter. Hayama also discusses the evolution of game music production and the vibrant energy found in live game music events. The page also notes the re-release of several of his albums, including the iconic Ciao Aniki on CD. Overall, the article is a passionate defense and celebration of game music and its dedicated creators. Creative Human's mail-order advertisement offers a catalog in order form for SEGA Saturn games and hardware. The page provides contact information, shipping details, 780 yen fee circa OD option, and business hours. The catalog showcases upcoming releases like Lunar 2, Eternal Blue and Radiant Silvergun with pre-order bonuses, alongside dating sims, RPGs, and simulation games, priced around 5,000 yen to 6,000 yen. Now on sale and coming soon. Titles, including Galaxy Force 2 and Shining Force 2 I Scenario 3, range in price from approximately 3,000 yen to 8,000 yen plus. A separate list of other Saturn titles is also available. Hardware offerings include the SEGA Saturn console, power memory, and 3 RAD, with prices listed. Ordering instructions and a form are provided, noting prices exclude a 5% consumption tax. This page is a strategy guide for Super Robot Wars FLI completion chapter on the SEGA Saturn. It's presented as a second player's complete flowchart, part 1, suggesting it's aimed at players who have already completed the first part of the game or are starting the completion chapter directly. The guide highlights key points for subsequent playthroughs, particularly focusing on recruiting specific pilots and acquiring powerful items. It emphasizes that the persuasion event for Todd Guinness in Episode 13, Floating, is crucial, as it's the only direct link between Super Robot Wars F and the completion chapter for recruiting him. Failure to persuade him means he won't join your team. Another important tip is obtaining the Fatima enhancement part, described as one of the strongest in the series, with the possibility of acquiring up to 2 in the completion chapter. The page also advises players to train specific enemy pilots who appear as formidable foes but can potentially be recruited later, listing several names including Bicho Reg, Mondo Akage, and others, notably listing Amuro Ray under the name Fanaria. Finally, a brief section outlines symbols used in an accompanying flowchart, presumably on the next page, to denote different scenario types: new and departing pilots, spot battle participants like Shinji Ikari in the EVA fighter, persuadable enemy pilots, and special enhancement parts. This page details the early game progression for Super Robot Wars Phi completion chapter, focusing on the initial choice between the real type and super type protagonists. The left column covers the real type path, starting with Chapter 1, The Gathering Clouds, featuring Gundam characters like Amuro Ray, Bright Noah, Kuaraki, Chris McKenzie, Bernie Wiseman, F.A. Yuri, Emma Sheen, and Kai Shiden, along with the Getter Robo team. The protagonist Gespenst is noted as being optimized for ranged combat here. Subsequent chapters introduce characters from Heavy Metal, LGAIM Chapter 2, and ZZ Gundam Chapter 3. The right column covers the super type path, beginning with Chapter 1, Confrontation, Mazinger Z vs. Getter Robo G, featuring Koji Kabuto, Sayaka Yumi, Boss, and the Getter Robo team. The protagonist Gespenst in this route is more melee-focused. Chapter 2 introduces characters from Dankuga, and Chapter 3 features Domen Kashu from Gi Gundam. Both paths converge for Chapter 7, Evangelion Activation, where Shinji Ikari and the Evangelion units debut. Key point sections highlight the significance of the real versus super choice. Explaining it impacts the protagonist unit, story events, and obtainable parts. Another point mentions obtaining a high-performance radar by clearing Chapter 8's initial enemies quickly. A point specific to the real-type path discusses defeating a boss and recruiting Liche Endo, noting persuasion upgrades her unit, making it highly beneficial. This Super Robot Wars Fly Guide
details strategy for the game's completion chapter, starting from Chapter 11. Key events include the return of Evangelion units, the introduction of the Battle Machine Squad, and the Dunbine. The game branches into Kiev and South America routes after Chapter 13. The Kiev route features the Devil Gundam, while the South America route introduces the Gorion. A crucial point emphasizes persuading Todd Gill to recruit him.
Players then face another fork in the road, No Detour or Detour. The No Detour path features Getter Robo G, while Detour includes Mazinger Z and Diana A. The guide also explains that pilot will carries over between parts of split scenarios, starting at 100. Deploying pilots consistently can keep their will high. The guide concludes with the beginning of Chapter 2021, Haburo Invasion, Part 1. This strategy guide for Super Robot Wars FEF details the game's progression from Chapter 21-22, focusing on the real and super route branches. It covers key events, like the Jaburo Invasion's second part, the introduction of characters like Masaki, Cybuster, and the appearance of Dankuga in both routes. Shared stages such as Mia's Decision, which introduces Combattler V, are also mentioned. Later, the guide explores events like the tragedy of Great General Garuda and the arrival of Master Asia. Major branching points are analyzed, specifically around Chapter 34, where the real route features Quattro and Gilliam, with Fatima, in Day of Reunion, while the super routes Hamarn's Shadow focuses on Hamarn and Quattro. A strategic point section advises on whether to defeat Hamarn, considering the rewards. Fatima, real route, versus increased money, super route. The guide concludes by indicating the strategy continues in the next issue. This page is a survey postcard for readers of the magazine. It provides instructions on how to fill out the survey clearly for mechanical tabulation, including examples of how to write numbers in the provided boxes. The survey aims to gather demographic information, like gender, age, and occupation, as well as gauge reader engagement with the magazine and their gaming habits. Questions cover topics such as the number of SEGA Saturn games owned, other game magazines read, opinions on the current issue's cover, and specific articles, listed in Table 1, which covers various features like strategy guides, columns, and news, the reader's frequency of submitting the survey, and their future hardware and software purchase plans. Table 2 lists various gaming hardware from the era, including Saturn, PlayStation, N64, Dreamcast, and others. Table 3 lists numerous software titles, notably including games for multiple platforms like PlayStation, alongside SEGA Saturn titles, which is interesting given the magazine's focus. Readers are asked to select planned purchases from these lists. The next page is dedicated to the release of Pocket Fighter on the SEGA Saturn. A vibrant illustration dominates the top, featuring a host of adorable super-deformed characters from the game piled onto a car, setting the fun, chaotic tone of this spin-off title. The page includes a special report highlighting key details. The game is from Capcom, released on July 9, likely 1998 based on the copyright, priced at 5,800 yen, is a fighting action game, and requires the 4 MB expansion RAM cartridge. The main text announces the Saturn release of Pocket Fighter, and asks if players are already enjoying it. It encourages those who haven't tried it yet to hurry to the store and pick up this game, which is packed with more fun than can fit in your pocket. A significant section focuses on the game's detailed backgrounds. It points out that classic Capcom characters make appearances in the backdrops of the running battle stages, including cameos from series like Breath of Fire, 2i, and Mega Man. Viewing these cameos is noted as one of the enjoyable aspects of Pocket Fighter, beyond the fighting itself. Screenshots illustrate this, showing a stage featuring Morrigan and Sakura from the Rainbow Town area, and another stage with Ryu and Ken, where Roll from Mega Man can be spotted moving in the background, along with a poster of Felicia on the wall. This level of detail in the environments is a great touch for longtime Capcom fans. This page focuses on helping players master the flash combo system in Pocket Fighter. It emphasizes that understanding flash combos is crucial for enjoying the game fully, whether playing against the CPU or human opponents, and is also key to seeing each character's unique cosplay attacks. The guide explains the basics, including the importance of starting with a standing punch attack that connects,
or is blocked. It highlights that flash combos aren't just automatic chains, but require strategic button presses and finding effective routes for each character. Screenshots illustrate how flash combos work, showing characters like Ken executing sequences of attacks triggered by specific button combinations. The guide breaks down the concept into key points, advising players on how to initiate combos and noting that successful execution depends on finding optimal routes rather than simply mashing buttons. A section provides a list of moves not detailed in the instruction manual for various characters, including Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Sakura, Morrigan, Dan, Shenko, Tessa, Zangief, and Akuma. This table lists the move name and the corresponding command input. It also adds details about specific character moves, such as Dan's powerful special attack consuming meter, and notes on special dashes for Hisenko and Morrigan. The page serves as a valuable resource for players looking to go beyond the basics and unlock hidden techniques and combos in the game. This guide to Super Gem Fighter Mini-Mix focuses on strategic gameplay. Collecting power gems is paramount for leveling up special moves and filling the mighty combo gauge, significantly impacting attack power. Mastering the Guard Crush system, which awards gems, is crucial, including techniques for manipulating gem colors. For arcade mode, the guide recommends flash combos, particularly after jump attacks or canceling normals, capitalizing on the Krupu's weakness. Utilize mighty combos for damage and gem generation, and learn character-specific, powerful special moves. In running battle, gem collection is vital for both special levels and health recovery between rounds. Strategic use of mighty combos, especially with max-level specials, is advised due to gauge carryover. The guide also covers gem recovery mechanics and finishing matches with mighty combos to prevent opponent gem retrieval. The information is illustrated with gameplay screenshots.
This page dives into the recently announced Capcom Generation Collection for Sega Saturn, focusing on the final 5 volumes and specifically highlighting the contents of Volume 3, titled Here History Begins. These compilations bring back classic Capcom arcade and console titles that laid the groundwork for the company. Volume 3 features 4 pivotal early games: Vulgus, Capcom's arcade debut shooter from 1984, Sunsen, the popular action game known from its Famicom port, Pirate Ship Higemaru, a charming hidden gem action game, and X'd X's, a challenging vertical shooter also familiar from its Famicom port. The page showcases screenshots and brief descriptions for each of these historical titles, noting that they were all created over a decade prior to this release. It invites players to experience these foundational works. The page also briefly lists the titles for the other announced volumes, covering genres from fighting to action and shooting. This page continues the look at the Capcom Generation Collection, this time focusing on Volumes 4 and 5. Volume 4, titled Heroes of Solitude, rounds up battlefield-themed games. It features the Wild West shooter gun Smoke from 1985, known for its unique dual-button firing controls. Also included are the military action classics Commando, 1985, where you control Super Joe through enemy territory, and its sequel Mercs, 1990, which brought significant graphical and gameplay improvements like vehicle sections and 2-player co-op. Volume 5, Fighting Masters, delves into the legendary series that defined competitive fighting games. This volume packs in Street Fighter II, 1991, Street Fighter II Champion Edition, 1992, and Street Fighter II Turbo, 1992. The text highlights the series' impact with its 6-button controls, special moves, and the thrilling versus system. Champion Edition is noted for making the boss characters playable, while Turbo significantly increased the gameplay speed. Beyond the games, the collection offers modes like Option Mode for settings, Collection Mode filled with historical materials like illustrations and development documents for the included games, and Screen Mode, offering various display options to suit different preferences. This page unveils a brand new Capcom arcade title, the exciting 3D versus robot action game, Choku Senki Kikai O, known internationally as Tech Romancer. Capcom is heralding this as the birth of a new robot legend. The game immediately stands out due to the pedigree of its creative team. Shoji Kawamori, famous for his work on the legendary Macross series, is the driving force behind the game's concept and mechanic design, with cooperation from Studio New. This influence is clear throughout, with the game heavily inspired by classic robot anime. Tech Romancer promises an immersive experience, particularly highlighting its detailed opening animation and a dedicated theme song
aiming to directly tap into that feeling of piloting a giant robot that fans dream of. The page features vibrant artwork of anime-styled characters and the powerful mechs themselves, alongside screenshots showing the dynamic 3D combat. Scheduled to launch in arcades this autumn, running on hardware related to the PlayStation, this game is designed to evoke pure passion and excitement. As the text urges, "Don't think with your head, feel with your heart."
This is a game built for fans who feel the thrill of giant robots in their soul. This page continues the look at Capcom's arcade offerings, following up on the Tech Romancer reveal by detailing a major private show event. The top features more dynamic artwork and screenshots, showcasing a variety of mechs and characters from games like Tech Romancers, Cyberbots, and others, emphasizing the sheer diversity of robot designs and styles. The main event detailed is the Street Fighter Alpha 3 private show, held from June 22nd to 29th across Japan. This gave eager fans a chance to get their hands on the arcade version of Alpha 3 before its official release, and the article highlights the massive turnout and excitement. Notably, promotion videos for Tech Romancer were also shown here, tying it into Capcom's major lineup. Photos capture the energy of the event, showing players at the cabinets and the stage where new characters were revealed. Official Capcom cosplay was also a big draw, seen throughout the venue, including a great Sagat cosplayer. The event wasn't just about the headliners. Other titles were featured too, such as the arcade puzzle game Magical Tetris Challenge featuring Mickey, and upcoming console releases like Capcom Generation Volumes 1 and 2, Pocket Fighter, and Rival Schools, United by Fate, some available for play, and others shown via video introductions. This page is volume 55 of the regular Hello Capcom feature, starting off with the results of a popularity poll held on the Capcom website for Marvel vs. Capcom. Morrigan took the top spot, just ahead of Ryu. The page also features results from a contest predicting the outcome. There's a section showcasing fan submissions, featuring illustrations and messages from readers across Japan about their favorite Capcom games and characters. Next, the page highlights a collection of telephone cards featuring artwork from various Capcom titles, including Darkstalkers, Cyberbots, Pocket Fighter, Rival Schools, Resident Evil 2, Street Fighter, and Mega Man. These cards were available for purchase. Finally, an announcement calls for fan submissions for an upcoming special feature dedicated to Pocket Fighter. Readers are encouraged to send in illustrations or short texts expressing their thoughts on the game, specifically focusing on things they wish were included or characters that are missing. This page continues the Hello Capcom series with volume 6/12, focusing on interviews from the Osaka Development Building. This entry features Katsuhiro Inafune discussing Street Fighter Alpha 3 and Capcom's plans for the Dreamcast. Inafune emphasizes that the core concept of Street Fighter Alpha 3 is the My-ism system, encouraging players to think for themselves and explore the game's depth. He touches on the challenge of balancing the massive roster of 75 characters while ensuring accessibility for newcomers and depth for veterans, contrasting it with the reception of earlier Alpha games and Street Fighter Alpha 2 Gold. The interview also delves into upcoming ports and the Dreamcast. Inafune confirms that Capcom is actively developing titles for the Dreamcast, highlighting its strong 2D capabilities, which aligns with Capcom's strength in that genre. He mentions that the 4 MB RAM cartridge series, including titles like Darkstalkers 3 and Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, is progressing well and offers excellent port quality. A small scoop section notes that Inafune's favorite coffee drink, Kilimanjaro Jaro, has been renewed. The page includes a photo of Inafune holding a Darkstalkers 3 strategy guide and another picture showing the drink itself. The character select screen from Street Fighter Alpha 3 is also displayed, illustrating the different ism options available to players. This page features an interview with Katsuhiro Inafune about a new Resident Evil attraction at Expoland in Osaka, called Resident Evil Nightmare. Inafune explains their focus was creating a truly scary experience, prioritizing fear over profit, similar to haunted houses found in America. He mentions the attraction uses both mechanical surprises and actors to terrify guests. This section includes details on the attraction's location, operating dates, and admission fee. The lower half of the page is volume 15 of Sheiki Akitomo's American Comic Lecture column, this time focusing on the Marvel Comics villain Dr. Doom. The column provides a brief history and profile of the character from the Fantastic Four comics, highlighting his motivations and significance.
This page is dedicated to the official guide for Fighting Vipers 2. The striking artwork features a dynamic group shot of the game's vibrant cast, including familiar faces like Candy and Raxel, alongside newer characters. Several screenshots are displayed, showcasing characters like Bon, Tokyo, Piki, Honey, and M in action, highlighting the game's distinct armored fighting style and various stages. The text promotes the official guide, noting it covers the new game systems, provides detailed character breakdowns for fan favorites, and includes command lists with accompanying photos for all 11 characters, including the newcomers Emmy and Charlie. It also promises character setting materials. Published by SoftBank, this guide is presented as the definitive resource to master Fighting Vipers 2 and dominate the competition. This page is the official Sega Saturn fan page for Revolutionary Girl Utena. Always something revolutionary happens. Presented by the Shirobara Kai, or White Rose Society. It serves as a community hub for fans, featuring a wide array of content. The page opens with a section on how to get your submissions published in the Rose Gallery, which showcases fan illustrations from across Japan. There's also a look at merchandise in the Utena collection, specifically highlighting posable figures of Utena and Anthe. A significant portion is dedicated to gameplay strategy for the game's Anthe arc, explaining how earning Anthe points and gag points through dialogue choices affects the story and outcome, urging players to pay attention to subtle cues like sound effects and character reactions. Finally, the page includes a Lost Calf corner, with more strategy points, a small feature on the character Choo-Choo, and a call for fans to send in their messages, illustrations, and manga submissions to the editorial department. It's clear this page is designed to engage the game's fan base and provide helpful tips for navigating its unique narrative system. This Sega Saturn magazine spread hypes up summer releases, urging readers to catch up on the latest Sega Saturn titles. It features 3 anime-style schoolgirls, likely representing featured games. The page is split into new releases and coming soon sections. New releases highlights games like Idol Janshi Tsuchi Pai and Pro Yaku Greatest 998. Coming soon previews anticipated titles such as Radiant Silvergun, Konami Antiques, MSX Collection, and Angelique Duet. Page numbers are provided for further information. The spread acts as a guide to the Saturn's diverse summer offerings, spanning genres like mahjong, sports, shmups, fighting, and adventure, all promising engaging experiences. The character designs are by Shiraiwan General. This page presents an exciting new release for Sega Saturn fans, the Idol Janshi Tsuchipai Mecha Gentaiban, a special 5th anniversary package celebrating the popular mahjong series. Featuring characters designed by the renowned Kenichi Sonoda, this compilation brings 3 titles together at a reasonable price. Included are arranged versions of the first 2 Idol Janshi Tsuchipai games, where players face off against a cast of charming characters in mahjong battles, with the goal often involving collecting images of the defeated opponents. The package also includes a brand new full adventure game titled Tsuchipai Adventure, which shifts genres entirely to tell a story of protecting girls from evil forces. Screenshots show the familiar mahjong interfaces from the first 2 games, along with glimpses of the adventure game's map, menu options like sound test, and a free battle mode. This free battle allows players to pit characters from across the series against each other. The package also features an extra called Miyuri's Room. The magazine highlights that the package offers great value, with its inclusion of 3 popular titles, featuring new arrangements and scenarios to delight fans. This page kicks off with a look at Pro Baseball Greatest 998 Summer Action. This is the latest iteration of the baseball simulation series, updated with the most recent player data for the summer season. A big new feature highlighted is the Nari Kiri mode, which lets you take on the role of a specific player. The game also includes a compatibility diagnosis feature, where your relationship with the manager impacts your play, making it easier to get chosen as a starter if you have good chemistry, even if your form is slightly off. Screenshots show the familiar on-field action and score overlays. Below that, we get a preview of Hatsukoi Monogatari, First Love Story, a racing simulation game that was apparently quite popular on the PC Engine and is now getting a major renewal for the Saturn. The goal here is to become the ideal partner for a girl you like within a 1-month time frame, requiring you to manage your character's stats through actions like studying and exercising. You can choose the setting, elementary, middle, or high school, and there are 3 potential love interests. The section features character artwork, including the redesigned character Liliana, and highlights the voice actress for Liliana, Sugahara Yoshiko, even mentioning a fan giveaway. Both games are marked with a completion percentage, 100% for the baseball title and 70% for the dating sim, giving us a sense of their status.
This page dives into the highly anticipated treasure title, Radiant Silvergun. The headline declares an unprecedented battle now begins, highlighting the game's reputation for both high difficulty and a deep story that unfolds across its levels, even more so than the arcade version according to the text. The focus here is specifically on Stage 3, titled Return, set in 2521 AD, 1 year after a significant event. We learn about the remaining Earth Defense Force vessel, the Tetra, carrying 4 humans and 1 robotnoid, attempting a return to Earth from orbit despite resource depletion. Their journey leads them through a celestial gate, where they encounter a mysterious, stone-like object. The page features multiple screenshots showcasing intense bullet hell action and several imposing boss encounters from this stage, including AK Hao, Mikal, Gallop, Undo, and UE2 Agal. Character portraits of the pilots and crew are also sprinkled throughout, giving a glimpse of the game's narrative presentation alongside the challenging gameplay. The preview emphasizes the game's difficulty and the dramatic plot unfolding. The next page delves further into the legendary Radiant Silvergun, proclaiming Opening the Legend. This section focuses on Stage 2, titled Reminiscene, setting the stage in 2520 AD. The narrative text explains the genesis of the conflict, originating about a year before the events of Stage 3. It details the discovery of a mysterious stone-like object from ancient times, its subsequent explosion, and the resulting attack on the command center, forcing the deployment of the Tetra crew. The page features numerous screenshots showcasing the game's intense bullet hell gameplay and highlights multiple boss encounters specific to this stage. We see detailed images and labels for several bosses, including Kotetsu, to a boss, Golitz, to B-boss, Nasu, to C-boss, Daikai 10, to D-boss, and Gedo, to E-boss. These images underscore the variety in enemy design and the challenging patterns players will face. Briefly noted are the game's key details. It's a treasure title, releasing July 23 for 5,800 yen, a shooting game, with 2-player simultaneous play and an Elijah's recommendation. A small manufacturer comment provides a humorous, self-aware note, encouraging players to read the article to understand the game's depth. This page continues to build anticipation, linking the gameplay challenge to the unfolding narrative. This page continues the deep dive into Radiant Silvergun, shifting focus to later stages and the escalating conflict. Stage 4 is presented, titled Evasion, taking place on 2521 AD 7.13 at 12 o'clock. The narrative reveals the mysterious stone-like object has reappeared, but isn't immediately aggressive. Faced with indecision, the crew decides to retrieve crucial memory data from the command center. The screenshots showcase tense gameplay within tight corridors and introduce multiple boss encounters. 4. A boss Lunark, a mechanical titan with massive destructive power when docked. 4. B-boss 17 Vaso, a wave of enemies overwhelming the player. 4. C-boss Dan 564, a creature resembling an insect with dangerous attack patterns. 4. D-boss Penta, a massive enemy with multiple attack phases, and 4. E-boss CA2 Exo, another formidable mechanical foe. Further down, Stage 6, Origin, is highlighted, set at 2521 AD, 7.13 at 1710. The story here indicates the object has flown into space, but at a great cost. Dialogue is shown, including a somber line, "Can we not win?" and an exchange between characters about the last words of the Tengai director. The text mentions the Silvergun ascending to orbit for the final battle. Screenshots feature the boss Unease for this stage, identified as 6 a boss number 1, _, appearing in different colored forms, red, blue, yellow, each with distinct attack patterns. These final encounters promise intense challenges as the story reaches its climax. This page details boss encounters in Radiant Silvergun's later stages. Stage 5, Victim, pits players against colossal threats like SBS-130, a massive enemy that attempts to crush the ship, and SBS-33 Kick, which utilizes wall-reflecting laser attacks. The narrative emphasizes the crew's panic as they face these challenges, battling in 2521 AD. Amidst the chaos. Stage 6, Origin, introduces the final boss encounters. 6. A boss number 2, Varus, resembles an enemy and uses hyper sword-like attacks. Finally, 6. A boss number 3, Biachu, is a giant turtle-like foe, firing screen-filling projectiles, marking a shift from the biological evolution of previous bosses. The descriptions and screenshots highlight the diverse and challenging boss designs within the game. This page dives into the roots of Konami's gaming legacy, with a focus on the Konami Antiques MSX Collection Ultra Pack for the Sega Saturn. It proudly declares that the origins of the Konami brand can be found here, highlighting the significance of the MSX platform. This collection brings a massive 30 classic Konami MSX titles onto a single disc, expanding upon previous releases. The article emphasizes the historical importance of the MSX era and Konami's leading role in developing quality games for the system despite its technical limitations. Screenshots showcase the diverse range of genres included, from action and racing to sports. The text conveys the charm of these older titles and argues that the spirit of innovation and focusing on gameplay over flashy graphics, which defined Konami's success, is evident in these early works. It's presented as a must-play collection for anyone curious about gaming history or a longtime fan wanting to revisit these foundational classics. This page continues the exploration of Konami's history, focusing on how the company established its strong brand reputation, particularly on the MSX platform. The article posits that early masterpieces like Antarctic Adventure and its sequel, Penguin Adventure, were instrumental in this success. These games, despite their apparent simplicity, captivated players with 3D-like visuals, engaging PSG sound, and the charming animation of the penguin protagonist, appealing even to casual users. The main feature is a thorough review of 11 titles included in the Konami Antiques MSX collection. Each game is presented with a screenshot, ratings for recommendation and difficulty, a description, and critical commentary. The selection showcases the diversity of Konami's early output, including arcade ports like Time Pilot and Super Cobra, sports titles such as Konami's Billiards and Hyper Sports 2, and unique action games like Ye Ar Kung Fu and Magical Tree. The reviewer offers insights into what made these games noteworthy at the time, acknowledging both their strengths and some limitations inherent to the MSX hardware, while emphasizing the enduring appeal of Konami's game design philosophy. The bottom section briefly touches upon the performance of the MSX compared to newer hardware. This page continues the look at Konami's impact on the MSX, highlighting how they pushed the hardware with titles like the legendary shoot-'em-ups Gradius and Salamander. Despite the MSX1 being less powerful than the MSX2, Konami's creative programming delivered impressive games that stood out in the market. The main feature dives into reviews for 12 more classic Konami games available in the Antiques collection. This batch covers a diverse range of genres, from sports like Konami's Golf and Konami's Ping Pong, to action games such as Mobile Ranger and Pie-Poles, racing with Hyper Rally and Road Fighter, the fighting game Ye Ar Kung Fu 2, and even the early action RPG hybrid Nightmare. The reviews praise titles like Konami's Ping Pong and Road Fighter for their faithful arcade feel and engaging gameplay, while noting others like Konami's Soccer might show their age. The reviewer often points out clever design choices that made these games enjoyable within the limitations of the time, and the enduring quality of Konami's game design shines through. Finally, there's a brief explanation of what a Mega Room is, explaining how these larger cartridges allowed for more complex and expressive games on the MSX platform. This page continues the exploration of Konami's significant impact on the MSX platform, focusing on their mid-period masterpieces. The feature highlights how Konami's success wasn't solely due to technical prowess, but also their strong gameplay, using Konami's Ping Pong as an example of simple yet highly polished fun. The page reviews 7 Konami games from the Antiques collection: Twinbee, Gradius, Nemesis; The Goonies, Gradius 2, Nemesis 2; Salamander, Life Force, Parodius, and Nemesis 3, The Eve of Destruction, Gradius 2-1. While some ports like Twinbee were noted for struggling with MSX limitations, Titles like Gradius 2 were praised as monumental MSX originals, showcasing advanced sound and design. Parodius is highlighted for its humorous take on the genre, and Nemesis 3 is recognized as the conclusion of the MSX Gradius saga, though controls were less smooth. A special contribution details how the MSX and Konami, particularly Gradius 2, were pivotal in starting the author's journey as a game writer. It reflects on the MSX's role in gaming and its eventual decline. Side notes offer useful tips for Konami MSX games, including how to access game menus, and discuss technical aspects like the MSX1's sprite limitations and the potential of expansion slots. The author expresses a desire for more Konami Antiques collection volumes.
This page introduces the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Angelique Duet, announcing its planned release for July 30th. As an enhanced version of the acclaimed romance simulation game Angelique, Duet aims to improve the experience with significantly upgraded graphics and added elements. The feature highlights the beautiful character designs and previews the enhanced visuals, focusing on locations within the flying city and the private rooms of the protagonists, Angelique and Rosalia. Screenshots showcase these detailed environments, including the distinct pink and light blue themed rooms, emphasizing atmospheric lighting and subtle details. The game also promises improved graphics for the powerful, element-based rituals performed by the Guardians to nurture the continent. A note from the developer expresses excitement for the game, particularly noting the rivalry between Angelique and Rosalia, describing the game as a blend of romance and friendship, and recommending it warmly to series fans. This page dives deeper into the world of the upcoming Angelique Duet on SEGA Saturn, showcasing key locations within the flying city and the personal rooms of the Guardians. You'll see familiar spots like the park, a place for relaxation and meeting others, and the serene forest lake, ideal for romantic moments and reflection. There's also the fortune teller's manor, where you can check compatibility and get advice on relationships, hinting at the strategic dating elements of the game. A major highlight is the tour of the Guardians' individual chambers. The game emphasizes that in Duet, these rooms have distinct looks compared to previous titles, and reflect each Guardian's personality. From Julius's formal study, to Oscar's sword-adorned room, Randy's minimalist space, Lumiale's calm blue decor, Clavis's dark, quiet sanctuary, Luva's knowledge-filled room, Marcel's bright green space, Zephel's stained glass workshop, and Olivie's elegant room with a large mirror. Angelique herself comments on how unique and individual each room is, pondering what kind of gifts the Guardians might appreciate. This page really highlights the effort put into visually upgrading the game and personalizing the spaces for the many bachelors you can pursue. This page previews the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Lupin III, Pyramid no Kenja. This is a 3D action game that sees the master thief Lupin and his crew navigating a treacherous pyramid maze. As you can see from the screenshots and the depiction of Lupin in his signature red jacket, the game draws heavily from the classic second TV anime series. You'll play as Lupin naturally, and key members of the gang like Jigen and Goemon are confirmed to appear, along with Inspector Zenigata and other essential characters. The developers have put significant effort into capturing the anime's atmosphere, using original music from the show, and featuring opening and ending animations produced by Tokyo Movie, with the original voice cast returning, including Koichi Yamadera as Lupin. Original author Monkey Punch supervised the project, ensuring authenticity. The game utilizes polygons for its 3D graphics, making this a potentially unique take on the character. Slated for an August 6th release, at 5,800 yen, it's described by the publisher as a valuable item for fans, promising an interesting adventure in the sprawling, mysterious pyramid setting shown in the images. This is an action game designed for a single player. This page dives deeper into Lupin III, Pyramid no Kenja, detailing the game's setting and mechanics. The core premise revolves around the discovery of an upside-down pyramid in the Middle East, containing the legendary Eye of Muran jewel. Inside this mysterious structure, Lupin encounters a new character, the Twilight Empress, an original creation for the game who seems to guide him. The gameplay is highlighted as a 3D action adventure, filled with dangerous traps and engaging combat. You'll navigate complex labyrinths and face off against enemies, using Lupin's skills and tools like his wire gun. The game features polygon graphics, offering a distinct visual style for the series on the Saturn. While Lupin often explores alone, his trusted companions, Yvonne and Goemon, join the action during critical moments, particularly when facing large groups of foes, adding some welcome support. Fujiko Mine, though not a playable character, makes frequent appearances in loading screens and clear screens, offering advice and hints, maintaining her essential presence in the Lupin universe. It looks like they've really captured the anime's spirit, with character interactions and dynamic action sequences. This page serves as a quick refresher course on the easy-to-use system of Astra Superstars. The game, developed by Sunsoft and scheduled for an August release at 5,800 yen, is described as an aerial beat-em-up action fighting game compatible with the 1 meter and 4 meters expansion RAM. It features an intuitive 8-direction lever and 6-button control scheme, familiar to 2D fighting fans. Each button corresponds to character-specific techniques with varying power levels, weak, medium, strong, and properties depending on distance, close or far. The game also incorporates concepts like easy combos via rapid button presses and canceling techniques for continuous attacks. While designed to be welcoming to fighting game newcomers, it promises plenty of depth for experienced players. The page breaks down specific actions like weak, medium, and strong attacks at both close and far ranges, showing corresponding screenshots. It also covers fundamental movements such as dashing, backdashing, guarding, and mentions the glide mechanic related to the game's 3-line system. Finally, it touches on special moves activated by combining buttons A plus X, C plus Z, B plus Y, when the star gauge is full, referred to as super mode, and star specials. The page reinforces that the game is also operating in arcades, suggesting its fighting game pedigree. This page delves into advanced Astra Superstars gameplay, detailing evasive and defensive techniques like guard cancel and super receive for wall recovery. The star rank system, a performance-based 6-level ranking, is introduced, affecting attack power and star gauge fill rate, which is essential for activating super mode and star specials. Super mode grants temporary invincibility, enhanced stats, and combo freedom, but disables guarding and star specials. New mechanics include body part damage, where headshots inflict more damage and stun, torso hits are standard, and leg hits deal less damage with a short stun. Guard break is also explained as a state of vulnerability caused by excessive guarding. The page also showcases these features with screenshots and characters like Moron, Coco, and an illustration of Rouge. This page features the adult adventure game Ojo-sama o Nere, developed by Crystal Vision. Releasing on July 23rd, this title is categorized as an adventure game and is recommended for players aged 18 and over, playable only in single-player mode. The artwork and accompanying text indicate the presence of suggestive scenes, expanding upon its original PC version. The narrative centers around the protagonist's encounter with a beautiful young lady, Mitsuhime Sain, and his subsequent efforts to grow closer to her and perhaps even find love. Screenshots showcase dialogue-driven scenes characteristic of the adventure genre. This page continues the coverage of the adult adventure game, expanding on potential romantic interests beyond the main heroine. The content delves into scenarios involving other attractive female characters, specifically focusing on Marino Namino and Aki Kubota. For Marino Namino, a childhood friend involved in swimming, the protagonist encounters her during special training, leading to a surprise in the shower room triggered by finding a forgotten item. The screenshots and dialogue suggest the situation quickly escalates from a simple encounter to more intimate moments, including kissing and suggestive interactions. Her voice is provided by Maiko Yuki. Aki Kubota is presented as a senior from the art club who teaches figure drawing. The game explores a scenario during a figure drawing session, where Afaki's questions and actions are suggestive, leading to a situation depicted as an intense practical session that blurs the lines between art and something more. Her voice actor is Rina Kitahara. The article also notes that the game structure allows for relationships to develop with these other attractive women, even if the player isn't explicitly aiming for them, highlighting that circumstances can lead to unexpected outcomes. A key point for Saturn players is the inclusion of original scenes not present in the PIC version, adding new content and slight variations to the overall flow. The game proudly states that the character voices are handled by professionals, enhancing the immersion and realism of the scenes. There's also information about in-store events featuring the voice actresses. The next page continues our deep dive into the adventure game, exploring even more of the tempting scenarios available to the player. Addressing the potentially unbelievable convenience of events, the article humorously suggests, "It's a game, so it's fine." We meet Konomi Nozaki, the shy, bespectacled junior. A date at the park takes an unexpected turn
when spilled coffee leads to a surprisingly intense reaction, adding a layer of unexpected excitement to the shy girl's personality. Konomi is voiced by Ayano Natsuki. Next is Etsuko Namiki, the player character's pushy cousin and the school nurse. A seemingly innocent massage session in the infirmary quickly escalates into a much more intimate situation, highlighting the game's willingness to embrace risque encounters, especially with a convenient bed nearby. Yoko Yazawa provides her voice. The page also touches upon the main heroine, Mitsuki-chan, posing the question of whether you can navigate the various temptations presented by other characters and still build a good relationship with her, hinting at the branching narrative paths. Mitsuki is voiced by Hitomi Sumiki. Several suggestive screenshots accompany these descriptions, showcasing the game's provocative artwork. The article also notes that players can revisit previously seen art in a CG gallery mode. The overall message is that is not shy about delivering direct and escalating encounters, making it a thrilling ride for adventure game fans. This page is dedicated to Those Who Hunt Elves 2, a SEGA Saturn adventure game coming soon. The main characters, Junpei, Eri, Ritsuko, and Celsia, are back for a crazy grand adventure, highlighted by their portraits and the large text proclaiming their major activity. The game promises to be a comprehensive adaptation of the TV anime series, including all episodes, but goes further by adding new scenes and dialogue exclusive to this release. A key feature is the story mode, which allows players to make choices at crucial moments. These decisions can alter the narrative path, showing different developments and reactions not seen in the anime, and adding significant replay value for fans. Beyond the main game, the package is loaded with extras. There's a voice collection, allowing players to listen to various lines from the main characters, and a gallery showcasing setting materials, including character designs and weapon blueprints. What's more, a special bonus disc is included, packed with even more setting materials, the voice collection, and an exclusive free talk session featuring the voice actors of the main cast. Minigames are also integrated into the experience, providing additional entertainment. Developed by Ultron, Those Who Hunt Elves 2, is scheduled for release on July 16th at a price of 7,800 yen, and is recommended for players aged 18 and over. It appears to be a feature-rich release designed to deliver a definitive and expanded experience for fans of the series. This page provides an update from the company ELF, focusing primarily on their popular title, Graduation, Kakusei. It highlights the release of the Windows 95 version of Graduation on June 26, detailing visual quality improvements and new features like a shopping system and rewind mode that enhance the experience for both new and returning players. The page also includes a humorous report about someone in a Graduation character costume appearing in Akihabara on the game's release day, apparently the result of a lost bet within the company. Furthermore, there's news about a new product, the Graduation Screensaver Collection, set to release on July 24th. This collection for Windows 95 includes over 10 screensavers, numerous wallpapers, and even comes with a special handkerchief. There's also a brief message board section discussing summer and the game. This page presents a major section of the magazine titled Complete Strategy Guide. It features vibrant artwork depicting 5 female anime characters in distinct, matching uniforms, suggesting a military or performance academy setting, each with different hairstyles and looks, hinting at the diverse titles covered. This comprehensive guide is designed to help players master recent SEGA Saturn releases. The list of games included in this section features popular titles such as Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die, Detective Saburo Jinguji, At the End of a Dream, and Linda Cubed Perfect. It also delves into other memories. Let's Become the Coach of the Japan National Team, a unique soccer RPG, and Langrisser V, The End of Legend, offering players detailed walkthroughs and tips for maximum enjoyment. This page continues the comprehensive strategy guide, focusing on Chapter 7 of the highly regarded dramatic adventure game, Sakura Wars 2, Thou Shalt Not Die. The guide details the events of the latter half of the chapter, specifically the battle sequences and the emotional core of the story involving Orihime and her estranged father, Shokata. Screenshots depict key moments, such as Captain Origami attempting to resolve the misunderstanding between Orihime and Shokata regarding Orihime's mother, Karino. Despite Shokata's efforts to explain, Orihime remains hurt by what she perceives as abandonment. The guide highlights Ogami's determination to bring them together, understanding that their reconciliation is crucial, not only for them,
but also for the morale of the entire Flower Division. The narrative description leads to a sudden, dramatic event.
An explosion rocks the shrine grounds.
Amidst the chaos, a new, menacing character named Kasha appears, hinted to be the cause of the disturbance, and the perpetrator who attacked Shokata. The page describes the battle that ensues against Kasha, emphasizing the need for the Flower Division, now re-equipped with their Kubukai units,
to intervene and protect those in danger.
It details the strategic necessity for Otagami and the team to confront this new threat.
Chapter 7 of Sakura Wars 2 sees Ogami and the Flower Division racing to rescue Orihime and Shokata from a bomb-rigged hut. The chapter emphasizes strategic maneuvering through a hazardous environment filled with enemies. Ogami must quickly reach the hut to trigger and then defuse the bomb via a crucial lips event. Success hinges on making the correct dialogue choices. As the bomb is defused, Orihime and Shokata share a heartfelt moment, reconciling their strained relationship. This reunion strengthens their bond and reignites Orihime's spirit. With the immediate danger over, the team prepares to confront a formidable armored train, and Orihime is now ready to face the challenge. This page covers the climactic confrontation in Sakura Wars 2, where the Flower Division finally faces Kasha, a formidable member of the Five Elements, in a direct battle. The scene takes place in the sacred grounds of a shrine that Kasha has laid waste to. Kasha is depicted as arrogant, viewing humans as mere garbage, and is clearly irritated by the Flower Division's resistance. The guide highlights one of Kasha's dangerous abilities, summoning smaller units called Karoku. While individually weak, they are numerous and cover a wide area, making it crucial to defeat them quickly before they overwhelm your team. A key event during the battle involves Orihime. Positioning her next to Kasha triggers a special scene with dialogue choices. Making the correct choice is vital, as it resolves Orihime's lingering issues from past events and significantly increases her trust, reflecting the positive impact of the previous chapter's reconciliation with Shokata. To finish the battle, the guide strongly recommends using the combination attack, Kanzone, performed by Orihime and Shokata, Lachesis. This powerful attack, described as a passionate Italian folk song, is the definitive way to secure victory against Kasha. Following Kasha's defeat, the chapter concludes on a peaceful note. Kasha is shown recovering in a hospital, and the focus shifts to the relationship between Origami and Orihime. The events have softened Orihime's heart, leading to a calm conversation where she even playfully teases Origami about marriage, wrapping up the chapter in a surprisingly relaxed mood.
This page covers the dramatic events of Chapter 4 in Sakura Wars 2. The calm after defeating Kasha is shattered by an unexpected attack on the Imperial capital and the Imperial Theater itself. The shocking twist is revealed almost immediately. The enemy is not a demon, but elements of the Imperial army staging a coup d'etat. Waking to the sound of gunfire, Utagami discovers the theater is under siege. He finds Sakura, and then encounters Yokaneda on the first floor. Yoneda explains the coup is specifically targeting Sakura, due to her inherited power of purification, which is seen as a threat by the perpetrators. With intense fighting happening everywhere, Yoneda orders Ugami and Sakura to escape through the underground tunnels to the Hanayashiki branch. While navigating the basement, they stumble upon the Rose Division already engaged in battle.
They learn the Rose Division is protecting a powerful magic artifact.
The leader of the Rose Division entrusts Ugami with one of these critical items, the orb, emphasizing its importance and the need to get it to safety. Ugami and Sakura head towards the hangar to make their escape, unsure of the full scope of the coup or what awaits them, but knowing others are relying on them. The page also previews the guide for Episode 8 in the next issue. This page delves into the development secrets of Sakura Wars 2, specifically focusing on the creation of the game's mecha. Titled, Now We Can Talk? Secret Stories of Mecha Development. The article features interviews with key staff members, including CG Production Insights. The developers discuss the transition from the first game to the second, highlighting the busy period even after winning awards. They touch upon the unique challenges faced during production, including the expression of special attacks for the Kubukai and Rishi Kachukai mechs. Initially considering hand-drawn animation, they ultimately used polygon models from the SEGA Saturn version, showcasing a lavish use of the console's capabilities. A significant point is the effective reuse and evolution of assets from the first Sakura Wars. The developers explain that while they aimed to utilize existing materials, the goal was always to elevate them, not just repeat. This approach is visible in elements like battle part backgrounds and launch movie sequences, which incorporate and enhance assets from the original game. The team reflects on the specific hardship involved in balancing CG production with other demanding tasks, like movie creation. This page provides a direct interview with key designers behind Sakura Wars 2, exploring the visual production, particularly the high-end CG work on the SEGA Saturn. The feature includes insights from Futoshi Nagata, a CG designer at Red Entertainment, and Hirotada Hashimoto, a director at SEGA. The check point section highlights the collaborative effort, noting that original models were created by Red Entertainment, while elements like CG movie build-up, in-game polygon models, and rendering were handled by SEGA. The developers discuss the sophisticated computer environment required for this work. Futoshi Nagata talks about his role in designing the Kubu mechs and expresses a desire to compete with the quality seen in the American film industry's CG. Examples of the game's CG movies are shown. Hirotada Hashimoto outlines his work bridging communication between SEGA and the CG studio, managing scheduling, and ensuring the seamless integration of the game's story with its impressive movie sequences. The interview expands on how they push the limits of the SEGA Saturn's visual capabilities, balancing the effective reuse of assets from the first game, with the introduction of new, impactful scenes like the Kubu launch sequences. Both designers emphasize the significant effort and collaboration required to achieve the high-quality visuals seen in Sakura Wars 2, stressing the importance of consistency between the story and the movies. This page is a strategy guide for the game detective Jinguji Saburo. In the End of a Dream, focusing on the first day of the investigation into the disappearance of Yukiko Nagata and the meaning of PCD. The guide covers the events of April 14th, detailing the steps Jinguji takes after receiving a request from Yukiko's friend, Yoko. It outlines the flow from receiving the call, meeting Yukiko at the university lab, tailing her, investigating around her house, chasing a suspicious person, and finally reporting back. This day serves as a tutorial for the game's investigation system. The guide highlights specific scenes, like tailing Yukiko and chasing the suspect, explaining the commands and options available. It also includes side story events, such as Yoko's reunion with Yukiko after 4 years, and buying a souvenir for Yukiko. Separately, it covers the actions of Detective Kumano, investigating a series of disappearances, and interviewing people in Shibuya. Another side story details an unsuccessful attempt to interview a young woman in Shibuya. The bottom section provides brief background on the overall mystery, mentioning a murdered novelist and potential suspects related to a magazine, hinting at the broader context of the case Jinguji is involved in. The page effectively breaks down the initial steps and key interactions for the player on the first day. This page continues the strategy guide for Detective Jinguji Saburo. In the End of a Dream, covering the critical days of April 17th and 18th. April 17th deals with the sudden disappearance of Yukiko. The guide details Jinguji's steps, starting with receiving the report of her going missing. His investigation focuses on tracking down a potential suspect, checking his alibi at a convenience store, and conducting a thorough search of Yukiko's room, even providing specific movement instructions within the room to find a crucial memo. Meanwhile, Detective Kumano's parallel investigation into a series of disappearances intersects with Yukiko's case when her missing person report comes in. April 18th shifts the investigation to Bunei University. Jinguji heads there to gather clues about Yukiko, focusing on interviewing individuals connected to her, such as her friend Masuda, Professor Omori, and Kawashima, while also noting a suspicious character around campus. A key objective for Jinguji is also to research and understand the meaning of PCD, a term that seems central to the mystery, partly relying on information from Yoko. The page also includes side stories, like Jinguji's activities in a park, and Kumano's separate case involving a drug bust. A hint at the bottom discusses a potential clue involving a clock's timer and the crime time. This page continues the comprehensive strategy guide for Detective Jinguji Saburo. In the End of a Dream, picking up the investigation on April 19th and 20th. April 19th focuses on the search for Kawashima and unraveling the mystery of PCD. Jinguji revisits Bunei University, interviewing key individuals like Masuda, Omori, and Sanjo, while also investigating the parking lot for clues. The guide details specific steps and interactions. We also see Jinguji seeking expert opinions on PCD's chemical nature and a significant discovery of a medicine bottle. Meanwhile, Detective Kumano deals with the unexpected death of Miura, who died from drug poisoning after being arrested.
A side story highlights a moment between Yoko and Miki. April 20th is a busy day, covering Yuka's discovery and the pursuit of the PCD seller. Jinguji moves between multiple locations including the police station, university, hospital, where he finds Yuka, and Kawashima's apartment. The guide provides a detailed walkthrough for searching the apartment, highlighting specific interaction points like the remote, heater, and window to uncover the crime's trick. The chase for the PCD broker is also detailed, culminating in a confrontation with combat tips provided, such as using ducking and punching. Side stories touch upon Miki's interrogation and gathering information at Bar Kasumi. The guide details the April 21st investigation in Jake Hunter detective story. In The End of a Dream, Detective Kumano, Jake, and Yoko discuss Yuka's discovery and Maruka's testimony, leading to interrogations and confirmation of key facts. Miki reunites with her family at the hospital, where Yuka is recovering from PCD poisoning, and a potential thief is chased. Yoko searches for the female culprit, finding a crucial photo linking Kawashima to a woman at Pub Azami. Jake investigates alibis, focusing on Masuda and Professor Omori, uncovering conflicting statements. The investigation debunks the suicide theory, identifies Maruka as the accomplice, and points to a chemically knowledgeable woman as the true culprit, though her identity remains a mystery. The guide hints at searching for hidden items to progress. This guide explores the West area in the SEGA Saturn version of Linda Cubed. Key locations include Battle Park, central hub with shops and arenas; Eterna, important for Scenario A; Reina Valley, dungeon entrance, Scenario C only; Koshikata, animal rental, Scenario C only; and G Factory, industrial city. Weather affects animal appearances, with rare animals potentially more frequent during bad weather. Hidden animals exist, and specific conditions are needed for capture. Hermit crabs, weasels, peacocks, bears, turban shells, and whales are huntable. Utilize the Battle Park tournament for prizes and catching rare animals. Even seemingly useless items can be sold for profit. The next page provides a comprehensive guide to the land animals you can encounter in the west area of Linda Cube. This section breaks down the creatures by district, the south, north, and central areas, detailing various animals from the common dolphin, eagle, and turtle to more elusive species like the pelican, whale, and panda. For each animal, the guide lists its stats: level, HP, BP, strength, defense, agility, its sell price, and the scenarios it appears in, Scenario A, B, or both. Crucially, it also includes notes on their behavior, abilities, and sometimes special conditions related to their capture or appearance. For instance, catching the pelican requires a significant donation to the town. The whale is incredibly difficult to capture and needs to be lured ashore. The sea lion boasts a very high sell price, and the panda is noted as extremely rare, being the last animal to appear in the northern region. There's also a brief note on animals that fly over the sea, specifically the swallow, which is described as nearly impossible to catch or battle directly, only being obtainable under specific conditions in Swallowtown. Finally, the page includes a helpful flowchart for players who find themselves stuck in the mid-game of Scenario A, Merry Christmas. This chart outlines the necessary steps to progress, focusing on key events involving Linda and directing players to specific locations like Hospico, Osport, Nek, Koshikata, and the church to advance the story. This guide details animal data for dungeons in Linda Cube's west area, which feature higher-level, specialized creatures compared to the east area. Rare animals are more common here, making exploration rewarding. Section A covers the North Kaminoth dungeon, home to turtles, aquatic animals like walrus and seal, and rare spring flowers, requiring Linda for identification. Section B focuses on the Shanai dungeon, known for its pitfalls and a strong B1 enemy. Section C details the Swallow dungeon, where flying creatures require luring out, and bats are present. Section D explores the Zasu dungeon, where male Moria are easier to find, but female Moria are rare, only appearing in spring. This dungeon is also notable for a character named Molek, who offers information or abilities in Scenario Circa. Each section provides animal locations, behaviors, and item lists. Maps are included, such as one for the North Kaminoth dungeon, noting that the interconnected paths mean you won't get lost if you keep going downwards. This page provides detailed guides for two more dungeons in Linda Cube's challenging west area: the Yuruma dungeon and the Sparmu Rena dungeon. The Yuruma dungeon is highlighted as a complex structure with multiple entrances,
making it easy to get lost, so preparation is key. It's noted as the only place to capture the valuable A-rank Takora, tiger. Ponds within the dungeon are home to aquatic creatures like a menbo, water strider, and manbu, sunfish. Although the manbu are described as non-aggressive and simply attempting to escape. The guide includes maps for floors 1F, B1, and B2, along with lists of obtainable items on each floor. Monster data is provided for Tora, Hebe, Snake, AI, Ray, Manbu, and Sai, Rhino, detailing their stats and behaviors. The Sparmu Rinna dungeon, accessible from Rinna Valley, is characterized by acidic swamps that cause damage, necessitating recovery items. It serves as a path leading to Eterna via the lower floors, where a specific animal encounter might occur on B3. The guide mentions that nocturnal Kumori, bat, can be captured by camping inside the dungeon at night. Maps for 1F, B1, and B2 are included, along with item lists. Monster data covers Kaeru, frog, Amenbo, Kumori, Kuraj, jellyfish, Hitsuji, sheep, and Kuma, bear, with notes on their characteristics and habitat, like Kuraj being found in the swamps. This page provides a guide for the Sega Saturn game, Another Memories, focusing on the core strategies for successfully completing the game and winning over a heroine. The key advice is to focus on one girl from the start, avoid trying to pursue multiple relationships simultaneously, and consistently raise the target girl's hidden affection parameter. Maintaining a high self-stat is also crucial. The guide highlights the importance of using holiday periods effectively to trigger events with the targeted girl and recover the self-stat. When exploring the town, players are cautioned to visit locations marked with first, as this reveals their names and functions, which is necessary for subsequent events. A quick reference table for part-time jobs is included, detailing when and where specific jobs are available and any required character stats. Finally, the guide touches on preparing for battles, suggesting frequent card management and recommending the hold card. Screenshots show character portraits, map exploration, and the card-based battle system. This guide outlines key events in Another Memories' first year, culminating in the Winter Festival. The story is largely linear, with 7 main events to navigate. First, the new student period in April introduces the game. Next, the extracurricular class in May features an unwinnable battle. Win the first battle by selecting Alka, Strength. The exam in June-July is critical, especially for Charlotte's route, requiring a memory recall and researching Linus Nuke. The joint camp in late July, early August focuses on Arian. Select I Can Go. The summer festival in late August has branching paths. Invite Tika, Marcia, or Arian, and choose the path involving the old man. The clear report/exam in November/December is less impactful, but the November exam's directional choice matters. Finally, the Winter Festival is the first major branching point where you can pursue specific routes for Olivia and Charlotte based on your choices. This guide focuses on successfully romancing Charlotte, Arian, and Olivia in Another Memories during the first year. To maximize event triggers, the guide recommends prioritizing a single character. Charlotte's path necessitates early engagement, emphasizing key choices and interactions from the beginning. Her events span the year, including Market and Magic Academy dorm locations. Arian's route centers on summer camp and the Winter Festival, achieved through steady affection building via holiday events, focusing on normal interactions. Olivia's route requires careful planning. Players must conserve their self-stat and save money, specifically 3,200 currency for a gift, with key events culminating at the Winter Festival. Screenshots showcase the characters and gameplay scenarios, illustrating various event types. This page continues the strategy guide for Another Memories, focusing on additional characters, Taika, Marcia, Evie, and the unique Shirley/Charlotte scenario. For Taika, the guide highlights essential events needed to progress her route, emphasizing the importance of inviting her to the summer and winter festivals. Marcia doesn't have major story events early on, but consistent evening visits to the alchemist's house are key to raising her affection. She enrolls in the school in Year 2. Evie's significant events also begin in Year 2, but players can meet her and start building favor during the November test in Year 1, advised to focus solely on her. The guide then details accessing the Shirley character, which is contingent upon successfully pursuing the Charlotte scenario, specifically confessing at the Winter Festival. Meeting Shirley becomes possible during the February 12th school event by going to the forest, though she becomes a central figure from year 2 onwards. The page also lists the locations where other characters can be found during this specific February 12th school event. This page presents a strategy guide for the SEGA Saturn title, Let's Become the Manager of the Japan National Team. A unique soccer RPG experience. The main focus is on how to build a strong team by recruiting famous players you encounter during your journey. The guide emphasizes that your manager level is crucial for convincing skilled players to join your squad. Lower levels might result in rejection. Featured is a list of players who can become allies relatively early, by manager level 11. These players are found in diverse locations such as shops, associations, bars, foundations, and training camps across various countries, including Japan, America, Spain, Australia, Morocco, and Korea. The guide also highlights more powerful players obtainable around manager level 25, each with a small screenshot showing their location. These include Eckhart, a precise German MF found in a shop, Bottecchia, an Italian MF known for killer passes, met at an association, Tours Lié, a French DF nicknamed the Killer for his defensive marking, found in a bar, and Sacco, an Argentinian GK known as the Wall, located at a stadium. The guide notes that even more famous players exist, requiring higher manager levels, and some, like the Brazilian Oliveira or Argentinian Avendano, are particularly difficult to locate. The page also includes a brief mention of the recent 1998 France World Cup, providing a timely context for the soccer theme. In Let's Become the Manager of the Japan National Team, upgrading the association facility unlocks item search, enabling scouts to find legendary items like the lightning speed shoes. A recurring storyline involves your son, starting in year 7 and culminating around year 15. Annually, during the 4th week of October, a Halloween festival in America offers free items if you answer the Pumpkin King's questions correctly. Each June, visit Kakuta for manager special skills, scouting, technique, etc., cycling over 9 years. You can only hold 3 skills at a time. Recruiting strong players is also key to winning and gaining experience. This guide provides tips for efficiently managing facilities in Let's Become the Manager of the Japan National Team. Leveling up the foundation, association, and training camp is crucial for success. The foundation unlocks investment options like study abroad and hosting the World Cup, increasing tech and popularity. Upgrading the association expands match options, unlocking friendly matches, scouting, and tournament hosting, including the World Cup. Importantly, it also unlocks item search. The training camp improves training efficiency, speeds up individual training, introduces special training and position changes. To strengthen your team, invest in technology and scouting for better players. To level up, balance match difficulty to gain both experience and team trust, while boosting popularity investment. Items can be found in the shop, enhanced by tech, or through item search, association level 3. Early game strategy favors prioritizing facility upgrades. This page continues the strategy guide for Let's Become the Manager of the Japan National Team, with a second series of verifications tackling common issues in the middle stages of the game. First, the guide confirms that player experience points are awarded based on their performance and rating in each match, explaining why different players gain experience at different rates. Next, it investigates investment efficiency, concluding that larger, single investments into areas like popularity are significantly more effective than splitting the same total amount into smaller investments. We then learn that players have an age limit and will automatically retire at 40. To avoid being fired, the verification shows you must consistently meet your contract requirements, which are evaluated across multiple criteria, including match results, technical development, popularity, instruction, and overall record, alongside special conditions. Meeting these requires winning matches and strategic management. The guide also offers advice on managers' special skills, suggesting you pick abilities that benefit your current needs, such as boosting scouting success or training. Finally, it outlines the path to becoming an overseas manager, requiring high manager level, reputation, and trust, often earned by excelling in international tournaments. This page dives into the romance and multiple endings of Langrisser Phi, The End of Legend. The core mechanic highlighted is the affection level with the game's 3 heroines, Lambda, Brenda, and Claret. The story's ending changes based on how close the protagonist becomes to each of these characters. The guide explains that actions and choices made by the player throughout the game increase or decrease these affection levels. Reaching certain thresholds unlocks specific character endings. The page provides a detailed breakdown across scenarios from 01 to 25, showing exactly which dialogue options or in-game events influence the affection levels for each heroine. For instance, certain choices might boost affection with Claret while lowering it with Lambda or Brenda.
Brief character descriptions are also included.
Lambda is described as needing conscious effort to raise her affection. Brenda's requires consistent effort, and Claret's is noted as being easier to raise during specific events. The overall goal presented is using this information to strategically navigate the game and achieve the desired ending with your preferred heroine. This page continues the strategy guide for Langrisser V, The End of Legend, focusing on scenarios 19 and 20. Scenario 19, titled Karma, presents the objective of defeating the necromancer Grob while protecting the villagers. The story sets the scene after the previous conflict, with chaos returning and the party heading towards the demon stronghold, but being diverted to protect a vital supply unit. The strategy emphasizes tactical unit placement, specifically using Ramda's magic to hold back Grob early on. It also warns of enemy reinforcements arriving from turn 6, and encourages players to use this as an opportunity to gain valuable experience points. The map shows the layout with key unit positions and objectives marked. Following this is Scenario 20, Support, where the goal shifts to wiping out all enemies while preventing the destruction of 3 or more supply units and protecting Sigma. This scenario features a challenging map dominated by water and bridges. The guide details strategy for navigating this terrain, suggesting the use of fast-moving cavalry and flying units to quickly cross bridges and engage the enemy forces that are aggressively pursuing the supply units. A key tactic is to destroy the bridges after the supply units have safely crossed, which significantly slows down the enemy advance. Protecting the commander is also highlighted as crucial for success. Both scenarios include lists detailing the units involved, their classes, and initial troop compositions.
This page continues the strategy guide for Langrisser V, The End of Legend, detailing scenarios 21 and 22. Scenario 21, titled Old Foe, sees the party captured at Gizelov's research facility, setting the stage for a confrontation with the new threat, Omega. The primary goal is protecting a supply unit while aiming to defeat all enemies. The guide emphasizes quickly eliminating the enemy magic users and strategically using units like Alfred and Brenda, who have undergone class changes to deal with challenging enemy knights. Ramda's role in stopping a key enemy unit is also highlighted, along with linking up with reinforcements. Following this is Scenario 22, Demon Realm, where the party finally enters Velzeria to face Grob. The victory condition is to defeat Grob. The strategy focuses on utilizing the wait tactic effectively. The guide warns about Grob's flanking units, which possess powerful magic attacks capable of quickly overwhelming weaker units. It recommends using high defense units like Dragoons or Paladins when navigating the level stairs, and cautions against using certain ranged units against specific enemies due to low damage output. The page also breaks down suggested deployment strategies for the central, west, and east parts of the map, generally favoring counterattacks and utilizing appropriate unit types for each area. Both scenarios include lists of the units involved, their types, and initial compositions. This page details the strategy for two crucial scenarios in Langrisser V, The End of Legend. Scenario 23, titled Giant Soldier, sees the party confronting Ginmore and a powerful magic giant soldier after the events with Grob. Your objective is to defeat both Ginmore and the giant soldier, with Sigma's death leading to failure. The strategy emphasizes using magic, particularly the Decline spell, against the high-defense magic giant soldier, and being wary of enemy magic users and tough rearguard units. Following this is Scenario 24, Contest, where the party seeks to reclaim the Holy Sword Langrisser from a downed airship. Victory is achieved by having the unit holding Langrissers reach the map's southern edge, or by defeating all enemies. Failure results if the enemy escapes with Langrisser to the north, or if Sigma falls. The guide suggests splitting your forces, with some units using the outer walls and others the central path, intercepting enemies from the north, and using magic to stop Ramda from escaping with the sword. It also notes the importance of supporting Clarets with ranged units, and preparing for Omega to target the unit holding the sword. This guide details new items and strategic class changes in Langrissers vs. shops, and events now feature potent weapons like the Ice and Thunder Blades, and Sigma's Strong Magic Lance, ideal for indirect attacks. Key accessories such as the Great Earth Orb, countering Force Heal, and the Overlord's Emblem, boosting stats, are also introduced. Dragon Scale armor and stat-boosting items for magic users are highlighted. Class changes are crucial. The guide recommends carefully choosing each character's class path for strategic advantage. While staying on a character's initial path is an option, exploring alternative paths is equally important. Examples include Sigma's infantry/cavalry choices and Ramda and Brenda's magic potential. Alfred and Claret's Knight and Dragon Knight options are also discussed. A class tree diagram is included for Lanford, indicating his significance. Mastering class changes is presented as key to enjoying the game. This page serves as a comprehensive guide to hidden items and events within Langrisser V, covering stages 6 through 25. It breaks down each scenario, detailing how to trigger specific events and what rewards can be obtained. For example, in Scenario 6, a character with a low mercenary count can recruit more troops by interacting with a well. Scenario 7 offers learning magic, like heal or attack, or getting gold from a beastman by examining certain map elements. Scenario 9 highlights crucial choices, letting you pick between powerful items like the Great Earth Orb or the Devil Axe from barrels, though only flying units can reach them. The guide points out strategic decisions linked to events, such as choosing between Dispel ability or Petrification attack skill in Scenario 10. Scenario 12 offers learning Teleport or Regenerate, or gaining a magic boost, or the Angel Feather item based on choices involving flowers and a golden bird. Other scenarios detail finding specific items like the powerful bow Hatting in Scenario 16 by following a sequence on stone tablets, or the Bloody Lance in Scenario 23, noting it might not be worth the effort depending on the unit's mobility. Overall, this guide is invaluable for players looking to uncover all the secrets and power up their units with hidden items and skills, providing clear conditions for triggering these often missed events. This page is Volume 7 of the Passion Langrisser feature, prominently showcasing artwork and content related to Langrisser vs. It appears the series is drawing to a close, with a message at the top encouraging readers to make their final submissions. UKKY Takata shares crucial tips for Langrisser vs. players, focusing on utilizing cleared game data. He stresses the importance of data transfer, including items, levels, heroine affection, and defeated enemies. He gives a strong warning about retreats, noting even one can lead to a poor ending. He also hints at a method for infinite level UPS using the Runestone item, suggesting players consult strategy guides to find its location. The page features a CG corner with impressive character art of Sigma 006 Mariandeer from Langrisser V, illustrated by Toshio Fujita. There's also a section showcasing fan postcards and art, including a submission featuring the character Sigma. Additionally, there's a report on a recent event, the Mesa Can Network public radio recording, and fan club meeting. This gathering featured guests including composer Noriyuki Iwadare and other staff, with segments covering talk shows and mini-live performances related to Messiah soft titles. Finally, there's a last call for postcard submissions, urging readers to send in their mail to the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department as the feature concludes. Contact information for radio broadcasts is also provided. The King of Fighters 98 arcade release, launching in July, features significant gameplay changes for two-player battles. A roulette team edit system allows teams of 1 to 3 characters, with advantages based on character count. Extra and advanced modes offer refined power gauge and gameplay mechanics. The game boasts a massive roster of 38 characters, including returning favorites and the American sports team after a 4-year absence. Dream matchups like Mature vs. Rugal Bernstein are now possible. Screenshots showcase intense action and unique dream match scenarios. Character art and fan illustrations of SNK characters further highlight the game's appeal. This page features an emergency special project related to Super Robot Wars FAQ. They announced a contest in a previous issue offering Ichiro Mizuki's personal play data from the game. The response was overwhelming, with a shocking 1,008 entries received for just 3 winning spots. Because of the massive number of entries, they decided the best approach was to have the legendary singer Ichiro Mizuki himself personally select the winners. Photos show Mizuki receiving the postcards and participating in the selection process, looking surprised by the sheer volume.
He commented on how many entries there were, and jokingly felt a bit shy about sharing his data. The selection was done in a friendly atmosphere, with assistance from Kyoko Hirayama, the leader of the vocal unit Apple Pie. The 3 winners from Yamaguchi, Kanagawa, and Miyazaki prefectures are announced and congratulated.
Finally, the page takes a look at the actual data from Mizuki's save files. It's noted that this data is from just 3 episodes before the end of Super Robot Wars Fave Final, which Mizuki created during busy work periods. He intentionally didn't play much closer to the end so he wouldn't forget the story when Final came out. The data shows a high turn count, but his funds are surprisingly low. As expected, his Mazinger Z is heavily upgraded. But interestingly, characters like Boss and Sayaka have unusually low levels. The magazine wryly notes that heading into Final with this save might be a bit tough. This page features a message of thanks from the legendary anime song singer, Ichiro Mizuki. Following the immense response to the Super Robot Wars F Save Data contest from the previous issue, Mizuki expresses genuine surprise and heartfelt gratitude for the overwhelming number of entries, far exceeding his expectations and making him feel truly humbled by the support. He talks about his current progress in Super Robot Wars Fi, admitting he's still deeply involved in playing the final part, despite his incredibly busy schedule of live performances and recording sessions. Though he confesses to taking a short break recently, he's excited to fully immerse himself back into the game. Mizuki also discusses recording music for the series, specifically mentioning the Super Robot Wars F/Final Vocal Collection 2 album. He highlights the theme song, Toki wo Koete, as a particular favorite, which he sang alongside fellow powerhouses Hironobu Kageyama and Mio, believing it's a fantastic and memorable track. The page also promotes related Super Robot Wars events and releases, including the Super Robot Wars F/Final Vocal Collection 2 album itself, confirming its release and featuring the title song and other tracks. It announces the Super Robot Tamashii Natsu no Jin live concert tour coming to Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka, featuring many iconic anime song artists including Mizuki, Kageyama, and Mio. Finally, it highlights the ongoing popularity of the Super Robot Tamashii radio program. Related arrange albums for Super Robot Wars F Final are also briefly mentioned. This page introduces the latest title in the arcade scene, the World Soccer Championship from Konami, featured in Arcade Express Volume 28. As any seasoned arcade enthusiast knows, Konami consistently delivers solid sports titles, and this soccer game appears to be no exception, aiming for a realistic and strategic experience that captures the thrill of the World Cup. The game offers a robust match format, starting with preliminary league matches followed by a knockout tournament, mirroring the World Cup structure with 32 participating nations. An interesting mechanic highlighted is the concept of getting stronger by winning. Defeating powerful teams improves your team's attack power, defense power, and speed. However, winning against weaker teams doesn't seem to offer this boost. Visually, the game boasts impressive graphics processing with multiple camera angles available, including wide view, normal view, and close-up, allowing players to switch perspectives for strategic advantage. Stadium presentations also change based on the time of day. Furthermore, the page emphasizes the inclusion of realistic, live commentary. Quote, a staple of Konami's sports games, which enhances the immersive atmosphere and brings the on-field action to life. Screenshots show intense gameplay moments, team selection screens, various camera angles in action, and even in-game events like fouls, demonstrating the level of detail included. The game supports 2-player competitive play, perfect for challenging a friend. This page explores advanced techniques and strategies within Konami's arcade soccer game. Players can master a wide array of skills categorized into beginner, advanced, and expert levels. Beginner controls cover basic movements, passing, and tackling. Advanced techniques focus on offensive plays like through passes, and defensive tactics, like adjusting the defensive line. Expert maneuvers include dashing, quick player switching, feints, and special shots. Beyond individual skills, the guide outlines 7 strategic team instructions, including offensive and defensive approaches. Understanding team strategies, along with mastering the intricate individual techniques, is crucial for success. Finally, the page offers team overviews, detailing formations, tactical setups, and characteristics, enriched with screenshots to illustrate gameplay and strategic options. This depth reinforces the game's complexity and the need for strategic mastery. This page dives into Dynamite Cop 2, known as Dynamite Deca 2 in its home market,
focusing on the popular second mission set aboard a luxury liner. The game, a well-regarded action title running on Sega's robust Model 2 arcade board, is presented with tips and highlights. The walkthrough covers various ship locations, including a ship cabin, the deck, the toilet, and stairwells. Each area features unique enemies and interactive elements.
For instance, you can pick up items like anchors on the deck, or break vending machines in the stairwell for health items.
The bathroom even features a unique interaction. The page also details the boss encounter for this mission, Cook and Madame Yang, noting their substantial arsenal. An interesting gameplay mechanic highlighted is the ability to steal items from enemies by kicking them after grappling, revealing useful items like spare magazines or healing items. This guide serves as a quick breakdown of what to expect in the second mission of this intense arcade brawler.
This page continues the deep dive into Dynamite Cop 2, showcasing various challenging locations and boss encounters. You'll navigate diverse environments, like a chaotic sushi restaurant where you fight ninjas from a distance, and utilize interactive elements like the conveyor belt sushi, a fiery engine room requiring careful movement, and a warehouse where breaking boxes yields essential items like powerful machine guns and even a unique lighter weapon upgrade. The chilling freezer presents tough crabmen and uses fish as a surprising health item. A vibrant casino introduces unique Gai-Cot enemies and interactive slot machines. The guide then breaks down key boss fights, including Gene's superior, Pedro the Bull, who is a strong solo opponent but manageable with teamwork. You also face Asunoyama Tomekichi, a powerful Chanko chef best fought from afar, and the massive Kraken octopus boss with its patterned attacks. Finally, the guide touches upon the final boss, Wolf Hongao, emphasizing his immense power and the need for careful distance management. Beyond specific areas and bosses, the page highlights important combat mechanics. Mastering the ability to grab and throw weakened or dizzy enemies, utilizing the environment or momentum for added damage, is crucial. It also introduces new common techniques available to all three characters, including anti-air attacks, a powerful somersault kick, and aerial and ground attacks. Finally, it teases hidden details and even a couple of minigames, like an obstacle course and a working slot machine within the casino stage, encouraging players to explore and experiment. This page dives deep into the mechanics of Cybertrooper's Virtual On Oratorio Tangram with a special summer strategy guide. It focuses heavily on mastering the fundamental dash system, explaining how to execute dashes, and highlighting that dash speed and distance vary significantly between different Virtuoids, which is crucial for strategic movement. The guide also details the sliding shot attack, noting its effectiveness for anti-air combat, but cautioning that rapid firing can reduce the number of shots. Key movement techniques like the dash cancel are explained, simplifying the process compared to previous titles, and the vertical turn for quick directional changes during dashes is covered. An exciting scoop section reveals the existence of the advanced bell step technique in this version, a movement strategy utilizing dash cancel residual motion for exceptionally fast traversal, which can be incredibly useful for surprising opponents. Overall, the page emphasizes understanding these core movement and attack mechanics for competitive play. This guide details advanced aerial maneuvers in Virtual On Oratorio Tangram. The new double jump is performed by jumping again mid-air. Jump cancels are achieved by pulling both levers inward during a jump. Unlike the previous game, you must manually adjust your facing after a jump attack, not automatically. The aerial dash attack is executed with a directional input, turbo during a jump ascent, and then the trigger. Critically, after this attack, you automatically face your opponent until landing. The low-altitude dash attack is a quick dash, performed immediately after jumping for speed and unpredictability. This attack benefits from the brief auto-facing at the jump start. Heavier Virtuoids descend faster during aerial dashes, potentially causing a premature landing. This dash is also a good counter to an opponent's dash attack. Mastering rotation is key in Virtual On Oratorio Tangram. Basic turning uses opposing lever inputs, with speed varying depending on the machine and screen conditions. Turbo turning, holding turbo while turning, is effective, particularly for lining up shots. Unlike the previous game, attacking halts rotation. However, movement turning, holding a movement direction with a turn input, allows simultaneous repositioning and tracking. Advanced techniques include dash turning, rotating while boosting, and jump turning, turning while jumping. Jump turning is slower but useful, and turbo turn during the initial jump is recommended. Turning during the dash close attack windup subtly adjusts aim and range. Turning towards the opponent during this attack's startup improves tracking and prevents vulnerability.
even if the attack misses. These techniques are shown with examples using different virtual orchroids. Boosting in virtual on oratorio tangram is a technique to increase movement speed, achieved by rapidly alternating diagonal lever inputs. There are two main methods: the easier parallel method and the more versatile Weidel method. Effectiveness varies between virtuoids, and timing is critical. Boosting applies to walking, crouching attacks, and jumps. Crouching attack boosts are crucial for characters like Cypher and Spacinev. Jumping boosts increase landing speed. Boosting during a dash allows for immediate speed gains upon canceling the dash, to counter boosting opponents, maintain aggression, and exploit openings when they break the boost. Using movement-restricting or tracking weapons can also be effective. Staying persistent and anticipating their movements is key to victory. This page delves into advanced combat techniques in virtual on oratorio tangram, specifically focusing on managing the vulnerability or hardness, kuchoku, that occurs after performing actions. Hardness is essentially the recovery period after moves like dash attacks, aerial dash attacks, or landing from a jump, during which your virtuoid is briefly immobile or slowed. The core concept here is that exploiting an opponent's hardness is crucial for getting hits in, while minimizing your own hardness makes you much harder to target. The page explains that predictable attack patterns make it easy for opponents to time their counters during your hardness. Several techniques are presented to mitigate this vulnerability. One involves varying the timing of your attacks or movements, like vertical turns or trigger pulls, to make it harder for the opponent to read your intentions. Another key technique is the hardness cancel jump, which allows you to cancel the recovery animation of a dash attack by immediately jumping. This offers two main options: using the jump to simply evade and land, or transitioning into an aerial dash attack. The page also highlights the importance of using the environment, suggesting that taking cover behind obstacles after performing attacks like dash or jump attacks can help you avoid incoming fire. Screenshots across the page illustrate these concepts, showing virtuoids like Temjin and Angelan performing attacks and maneuvering near obstacles. Mastering these methods of reducing or managing your hardness is essential for high-level play. This page continues the discussion on managing hardness, the recovery period after actions in virtual on oratorio tangram, focusing on using crouching attacks for quick counterattacks and cancels. A key technique highlighted is canceling the hardness from a dash attack by immediately initiating a crouching attack input, allowing for quick follow-up actions, or even canceling the crouching attack itself into movement. The page presents a table indicating which virtuoids can effectively cancel the input for a left turbo crouching attack into movement rather than performing the attack, aiding mobility and feints. It also provides tactical advice for the moments immediately following dash and jump attacks. After a dash attack, you're vulnerable, so using a quick counter like a left turbo attack is suggested. After a jump attack, techniques like varying descent speed, rapid descent, or deceleration are crucial for making your landing timing unpredictable and enabling immediate actions upon touchdown. A significant technique described is maintaining the jump cancel input through landing to immediately transition into actions like a crouching attack or a turbo crouching attack. The page also details how certain virtuoids can chain a crouching left turbo attack directly into a dash, offering rapid transitions. Screenshots throughout illustrate these concepts, showing virtuoids like Temjin, APHARMDB, Viper 2, and Cypher executing these advanced maneuvers. This is presented as the first part of a series delving into high-level virtual on strategy. This page delves into advanced attack techniques in virtual on oratorio tangram, specifically focusing on air dash attacks and left turbo attacks as part of a high-level strategy guide. Air dash attacks are highlighted as a method for evading incoming attacks with a jump or air dash, allowing for quick counterattacks. While many air dash attacks track from below to horizontally, some variations exist compared to ground dash attacks. Left turbo attacks, on the other hand, have varied damage and gauge consumption, with effects ranging from high knockdown to temporary binding. The guide expands on previous information by covering crouching and jump variations of left turbo attacks. For MBV 707F Temjin, the air dash attack changes are subtle, mainly impacting the number of projectiles for the air dash CW. Left turbo attacks have low damage but low gauge consumption, with the RW variant having high knockdown, and the crouching LW transforming into an overslow projectile with a bounding movement. HBV 502 H-Raiden's air-LW becomes a plasma bomb, while the CW turns into a cylindrical net laser that can paralyze opponents on contact. Its left turbo LW also becomes an electromagnetic bomb, and the RW is a powerful, high-penetration bazooka effective for knocking down opponents, especially after a dash. Screenshots across the page illustrate these specific attacks being executed by both Temujin and Raiden, showcasing their visual effects and tactical applications. The content provides detailed insights into leveraging these often underutilized attack types for strategic advantage. This page continues the discussion on advanced techniques in virtual on Oratorio Tangram, specifically focusing on air dash and left turbo attacks for the SAV 326D Grisbach, RVR 420 Cypher, and RVR 39 Dordre. For Grisbach, the guide explains how air dash attacks are used after crossing paths, with the LW being effective at close range and the CW shooting downwards, useful for hitting opponents on the ground. Left turbo attacks, LW-RW, have wide hitboxes despite lacking obvious tracking, and their recovery can be cancelled with dashes or jumps for smooth combos. Cypher is noted for its unique ability to perform 2 consecutive air dash attacks. The air dash CW splits into 4 projectiles, while the RW has increased projectile count. Crouching left turbo attacks, LW-CW, can be cancelled, reducing recovery and supporting a hit-and-run playstyle. Dordre's air dash LW creates a fast explosion after crossing, while the CW fires a vertical sonic ring with penetration. A crouching left turbo CW is highlighted as a very strong attack despite low power, generating a long tracking tornado that knocks down opponents. Crouching left turbo LW also fires 2 projectiles that cause knockdown. Screenshots across the page show each mech executing these specific attacks, illustrating their visual characteristics and tactical potential. The analysis provides insights into leveraging these techniques effectively for each respective mech. This guide explores specific virtual on Oratorio Tangram tactics for Engelon, Dordre, and Feyen KN. Engelon's air dash is grounded but consumes more gauge against turbo attacks. Its left turbo options include a reflecting mirror shield, standing, a faster forward-moving attack, crouching, a projectile-clearing jump attack, a scattering ice crystal attack, LW, and a knockdown laser, RW. Dordre's air dash varies based on direction, each with different projectile properties. Standing and crouching left turbos offer distinct anti-air capabilities. Dordre's right turbo fires a tracking claw. The left turbo launches a drill. The crouching left turbo CW creates a knockdown tornado, while the standing CW is for penetration. Feyen Key's air dash maintains stable speed. The front dash RW uses more gauge while the CW is good for mid-range damage. The left turbo is strongest crouching. The LW penetrates and knocks down. The right turbo fires a hand beam, and the crouching left turbo LW has an explosive effect in hyper mode. The crouching right turbo beam arcs over obstacles. Screenshots illustrate all attacks. The next page continues the virtual on Oratorio Tangram guide, detailing the tactics for 3 more Virtuoids: Balbaspo, APH-ARMDS, and Spacinev. Balbaspo's air dash offers different properties depending on the direction, with the front dash excelling in damage, and the side dash having a wide attack range. A key feature is the detachment of its ERL, Energy Ripple Launcher, for both left and right turbo attacks, which track vertically and have limited energy before needing to be reattached. APH-ARMDS is covered next, with strategies for its air dash including using the RW variant to hit hardened enemies, and the diagonal dash to conserve gauge in the air. The guide highlights the grounded CW attack's utility for stopping approaching enemies, and the crouching left turbo's ability to knock opponents down. The crouching RW is noted for its projectile racing capability. Finally, Spacinev's section describes its air dash as typical of the mech, recommending the CW variant for blocking enemy paths or counterattacks. The left turbo attack is a notable feature, capable of temporarily disabling an opponent's weapons, while allowing Spacinev to act immediately after firing, emphasizing its mobility. The right turbo can similarly disable an opponent's RW. The CW boomerang attack is mentioned, with a caveat about its weakness to hitting obstacles. This guide details special techniques for the battle series, Virtuoids in Virtual, on Oratorio Tangram. These techniques, available only after detaching the E.R.L.S, require specific inputs and gauge levels. Activation conditions should be carefully observed, as even similar inputs may have differing requirements. Techniques can often be chained, and linkages with dashes are important. The guide covers the following techniques. 4 Earl Black Hole draws opponents in. 4 Earl Pyramid Field creates a trapping beam field. 4 Earl Reflect Laser. 1 Powerful Laser Reflection. 2 Earl Reflect Laser. 2 Simpler Laser Reflection. 3 Earl Second Stage Reflect Laser. And 3 Earl Intersecting Reflect Laser. Reflect Laser 1 is recommended for CPU battles, especially against plats. When activating Reflect Laser from E, R, L placement points, consider the opponent's position. This page continues the guide for Virtual on Oratorio Tangram, detailing special attacks for several Virtroids. It covers the RVR42 Cypher's transformation attacks, including a beam field ram and a one-command aerial dash move. The RVR68 Dordre features spinning drill techniques for uppercuts and high-speed rotation, which can break guards. For the MBV707F Temjin, there's a surfing charge attack that requires a full gauge, though it's not invincible. The RVR87 Spicef is shown with a scythe rotation attack and a fire release move with high tracking. Finally, the RVR33 APHARMD the Striker and RVR39 APHARMD the Battler are detailed, showing special flying kick and punch attacks, and a shared temporary performance boost move activated from a 2-stage jump that enhances stats and recovers Varmor. The guide emphasizes the specific inputs and conditions required for each technique. AM2 Research Express, Volume 105, explores secrets in Sega's games. The main focus is Fighting Vipers 2, detailing hidden visual gags triggered by specific actions and win streaks. These tricks involve character-specific clothing changes, like skirt lifts for certain opponents after achieving 10 consecutive wins and executing a specific move sequence. More extreme changes occur for characters like Honey, whose armor can be destroyed after 30 wins, resulting in her appearing in underwear. Mr. Kataoka, AM2 director, reveals these were secret developer tricks, not initially slated for inclusion. The difficulty of triggering these effects was adjusted to prevent easy demonstrations. The article includes screenshots showcasing these effects. A brief announcement about a Sega Hardcore Generation event is also present. This page is the second part of the AM2 Research Express official corner. Turning its focus to the beginner course strategy for Daytona USA 2, it provides a detailed breakdown of the Forest Island International Speedway, emphasizing key techniques needed to achieve target times. The guide segments the course into 3 crucial areas: the initial home straight leading into the first turn, the challenging Falls turn, and subsequent Palm Rock Valley section, and the final Coconuts Crush turn. It highlights the importance of using slipstreaming on the straight, and offers advice on cornering lines and speed management through the turns. The page also includes a special one-point advice section from AM2's Makoto Osaki, focusing on mastering drifting techniques, particularly in the critical final corner. A specific advanced technique, the gear drift, which involves quick downshifts to initiate a drift while maintaining acceleration, is also detailed with supporting screenshots. Target lap and total race times are listed to provide goals for players tackling the 8-lap beginner course. This page announces the official title for AM2's latest project, Spike Out. This is a fighting action game slated for release soon, running on the powerful Model 3 Step 2 board, which is evident in the visuals shown here. The article gives us a first look at the impressive scale and detail of the game's stages. It highlights 2 main areas, the downtown stage and the department store stage, breaking down various locations within them, such as streets, underground passages, a gas station, a basket court, and the multiple floors of the department store, including a merry-go-round and a CD shop. The developers are aiming for a realistic recreation of massive city environments. Additionally, the 4 playable characters available in the game are revealed. Finally, there's a mention of a limited edition ad card being distributed in Shibuya. This page features This Week's Fortune Telling by Hakozaki no Haha, covering the period from July 10th to July 23rd. The main highlight is This Week's Lucky Person, who is Sakura Shinguji from Sakura Wars 2, born on July 28th. The forecast for the lucky person includes surprising new discoveries, minor mistakes, and light romance, with a warning to be cautious of getting hurt. It mentions Ichiro Ogami and suggests considering starting new ventures or participating in events. Specific forecasts for the lucky person are: money, a decent income; health, pay attention, especially to the upper body; work/study, your body moves before your head; love, someone will gently support you. The rest of the page is dedicated to horoscopes for each zodiac sign, from Aries to Pisces, divided into sections for boys and girls, providing a brief fortune and a lucky item for the week.
This page features the reader-submitted Saturn Secret Technique Corner, offering rewards like Saturn software and book coupons for the best submissions. The main focus is on uncovering hidden elements in two different Sega Saturn titles. First, for Langrisser V, The End of Legend. It reveals that the game's Crodrom contains bonus files accessible on a PC, including extra graphics in graphic.lzh, and messages from the developers, omake.lzh. These messages include developer diaries and song lyrics, offering a glimpse behind the scenes. Furthermore, the game disc can be played in the Saturn's CD player to access bonus music tracks, though a warning is given not to play it in standard CD players. Next, for the racing game GT24, a trick is detailed to turn your car into an invincible ghost car in time attack mode. This requires a specific button sequence entered at the title screen and then holding certain buttons while selecting your car. The page notes that while this lets you practice courses without taking damage, you won't be able to record a best lap time using the trick. Finally, the page concludes with a call for readers to submit their own secret techniques for Sega Saturn games via postcard, explaining the details required for submission. This page presents a Sega Saturn software review section, focusing on titles scheduled for release between July 10th and 23rd. The reviews are based on trial plays of pre-release software samples. The first game featured is Deep Fear, a deep-sea horror suspense adventure. Reviewed using a 100% complete sample, it received an average score of 8.33. Reviewers highlighted the game's intense atmosphere in enclosed spaces and the unique terror of the deep-sea setting, drawing comparisons to Resident Evil in terms of tension and atmosphere, but praising its distinct environment. Next is Those Who Hunt Elves 2, an adventure game reviewed from a 95% complete sample, scoring an average of 6.33. Comments noted it was a game where players didn't need to overthink, mentioned a character named Pichi-chan being cute, and emphasized the game's substantial volume due to including all the anime episodes and adding new game-only scenes and branching scenarios. It's described as a familiar slapstick adventure appearing again on the Saturn. The page concludes by listing the various contributors to the review section, including female users, staff writers, and guest writers, inviting readers to understand their individual preferences. This page features more Sega Saturn software reviews for games released around July 23rd. First up is Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, the beloved RPG port. Reviewers are pleased with the upgrade from the Mega CD version, praising the integration of CG and anime in the opening and the well-written scenario. The gameplay system is described as smooth, though some note the slow walking speed in dungeons. Despite minor criticisms, it's considered a fantastic port and a must-play, earning a high score. Next is High School Terror Story, a romance simulation. The game focuses on conversation with a simplified system. Reviewers found the dialogue interesting and unique, even if sometimes crude. However, the lack of complex gameplay and limited character reactions in conversation scenes were noted as drawbacks. It's primarily a game for those who enjoy story and character interaction over deep mechanics, receiving a moderate score. Finally, Ojo-sama o Nere, Aim for the Young Lady, an adult adventure game. This title featured AV actresses for voice work, which reviewers anticipated, but found disappointing due to their limited roles. The story is considered short and shallow, particularly the adult scenes. Overall, the game's presentation and content were criticized as lacking depth, resulting in a low score. This page features reviews for several new Sega Saturn titles. Leading off is Madu Monogatari, an RPG connected to the world of Puyo Puyo. Reviewers found it a charming and easy-to-play RPG, accessible despite its origins. While some missed certain unique features from previous iterations,
The overall experience of exploration and character interaction was enjoyed, leading to an average score of 7.0. Next is the critically acclaimed shooting game, Radiant Silvergun. This title is praised for its incredibly deep weapon system and challenging, higher density gameplay. While the difficulty is noted as being quite high, potentially limiting its appeal to hardcore shooting fans, the quality of the design and action is clear, earning a high average score of 8.0, with one reviewer giving it a 9. Rounding out the page is Konami Antiques MSX Collection Ultra Pack. This compilation offers 30 classic Konami games from the MSX computer, providing a strong hit of nostalgia for those who played them previously. Reviewers enjoyed revisiting titles like Gradius and Yi Ar Kung Fu, appreciating the value of having so many games in one package. Despite some dated graphics and controls, it's seen as a great collection for retro enthusiasts, receiving an average score of 7.66. This page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn Magazine's Reader Present campaign. It offers readers the chance to win various SEGA Saturn-related items. The main event is the giveaway itself, featuring several distinct prizes. 20 lucky winners can choose any SEGA Saturn game software released by July 24th. There are also specific items tied to popular games, including a Deep Fear t-shirt for 2 winners, a vibrant poster from Tsuchipai Adventure Doki Doki Nightmare for 5 winners, and the software for the cute puzzle game Waku Waku Monster for 3 winners. Rounding out the prizes are character desk figures from Super Real Mahjong P7 for 3 winners, showcasing beloved characters from the series. The page also briefly mentions upcoming content, hinting at Dreamcast news and coverage of titles like Luna 2, Ray Earth, and a bargain guide in future issues. Application details for the presents, including the deadline of July 24th and a contact phone number for inquiries, are provided. A comprehensive staff list and a list of winners from previous issues are also present on the page. Taisho Ramondo is a Sakura Wars merchandise shop within Tokyo's Ikebukuro Jigo, immersing fans in the game's Taisho-era aesthetic. The store offers approximately 300 Sakura Wars-related items, including character goods, videos, photo books, strategy guides, and figures, along with game software. Featured merchandise includes a card case, coasters, drawstring pouch, phone card set, can badges, a hand towel, and a cushion. Exclusive Sakura Wars Purikura photo stickers are available. The shop also boasts life-size figures, rare collectibles, and an application counter for the Taisho Roman Club fan club. The page includes location, contact details, and operating hours, with prices excluding tax. The illustration showcases Sakura Shinguji. This page is a dramatic spread centered around the iconic monster Godzilla, promoting the franchise. The top half features a terrifying image of Godzilla rampaging through a city, towering over buildings and scattering cars below, with falling debris and a sense of overwhelming power. The tagline asks, "This summer, will humanity be defeated by Godzilla?" The bottom half shifts focus to a distressed crowd of people reacting to the chaos, many of whom are holding mobile phones, capturing or perhaps reporting the event. Overlaying this image is the question, will you play Godzilla? It's one of 2 choices. This sets up a dichotomy, likely between experiencing the terror of Godzilla's attack, implied by the top image, and engaging with the franchise in a more interactive way. The page highlights one specific way to play Godzilla: the handheld game, Atsumete Godzilla Kaiju Daishugu, for the Sega Pico system. This game is presented as a monster gathering experience, featuring various Toho Kaiju, like Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, where players collect and strengthen monsters to battle others. It had a theatrical advance release on July 11th and a nationwide release on July 30th for 2,500 yen. This offers one concrete option for fans to interact with the world of Godzilla directly.